sense and like
Yeah,
science.
go ahead. Give me an example of what you smoked her on.
If you have more than 2 brain cells, it should be easy for you.
So you're starting to repeat yourself.
Yo, Mighty, if you have the fucking winning hand, just play it.
I did.
Yeah,
like
lay
4
it down,
times
dude.
already. Every time I debate
Let's see the
people on
4
this channel, I did it
aces.
for like 4 times. They run away crying, and then they call fucking what's his name, the chief master debater, Lord Zealot, what's his name, Indio, and then he comes here crying, trying to bring in evidence. Is like, oh chief, save us,
Someone
oh
really
mighty
has been
fucking
touched
chief. And they all
roughly,
bowed
haven't
him like Zealots.
Wow,
He's
what
like,
did you
don't
do
worry,
to this
children,
guy,
I just ended up on you
Dandelion?
to save you from mighty, and then he gets crushed every fucking time. And then you guys end up crying, muting, and
You're
banning.
sounding like you have emotional troubles,
Not
man.
interested. Not interested.
Yeah.
I'm here to listen. I'm here to listen.
That's fine. We'll
Yeah,
talk to
it sounds like
somebody
you're here to
else. No
see.
problem.
Wow, we might have to do this in shifts so there's not so many people. It seems like it's just like people come in here like him, for example. He just started rambling after he's, I won and I can't. They get hurt. They get emotional. All of them get emotional. It's like they get overloaded. We're going to have to come up with a new way of doing this. Like we'll just say, like maybe we'll come up with like a song to sing when people first come in, like a sing song about ball is a ball and something like that. But I'll come up with something good.
Yeah. How about Kumbaya or like YMCA?
Something to get you guys.
Are you referring to, Mighty?
Something to get you guys, calm down.
We're all calm. No one's mad here.
Okay, well, it should be easy for you to give us a summary of how you destroyed the flat Earth previously. By all means,
I want to hear this.
Yeah, just give us the Cliff Notes. Yeah, just give us the Cliff Notes version.
Don't you record all the debates? I thought you recorded.
Yeah, give us a clip then. Yeah, post the clip in the side chat there.
I don't have any
Sounds
access
great.
to your galleries of.
Yeah, you do.
On YouTube.
Yes, you do.
Well, if you do, then you can just upload it and see how I owned you. Easy.
Public access.
Yeah, it's YouTube, bro. The link is right up there in the PFPs of those bots. So go get it. It's public access. Get us the clips and bring it back. Wait, this is your claim. You need to bring your evidence, right? Don't you want to support your claim?
I'm not really debating right now, so I don't have to.
Oh no! We're not debating. You made a claim that apparently you wiped the floor with some of us. So just go get the clip.
Not some of you, all of you. There's a difference.
Okay, great. Go get it.
Me too. Was I in there too? I haven't talked to you before.
Yeah,
if I
and
did,
he beat Indio. Yeah, he just told us he beat Indio. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, I missed that. We need that clip. Yeah, we got some playlists.
Indio started spurging. He was crying so hard that he banned me, and he muted me instantly and banned me because he was so mad.
Okay. Yeah, we need that for some of our playlists. Yeah, please. Yeah. This is a myth.
I urge you to go watch the clip. It's very funny. It's actually
post it. Otherwise, it's a myth.
Post it, and we'll have somebody play it in here so we can all hear him spurge out. Listen. We'll be witnesses for you.
I don't care about Flat Earth that much to actually do that. If you want, you're more than welcome to do that.
You wouldn't be in here if you didn't care that much.
I'm bored and I need to pass some time, and I want.
Okay, well then start over. Yeah, you start over. You better re-destroy us. So, what is your best argument for the globe, Mighty?
You mean you better re-destroy us? Why would I need to do that if I won once?
Because you don't feel like going to find the other thing. It should be easy just to repeat yourself.
Oh, but if I won once, why would I need to win again? What's the point?
It feels like I've missed out because winning means that you've proven the Earth to be a sphere, and that would be something I'd be interested in. So, how did you prove the Earth to be a sphere?
I already did that like multiple
times.
I'm
interested.
I'm gonna guess.
Knowledge.
I'm gonna guess he pointed at the sky.
Oh,
I pointed out a lot of things. It was a long debate. You should watch it. It's all on YouTube. You can go watch it.
Okay, so you're not really going to recount your victory to somebody who's genuinely interested in you proving you have to be a sphere then? What a wanker.
No, that's why we record all of our debates. You can go on YouTube and you can watch it. You're more than welcome.
But it's interesting that you, right now, can't recount it to us.
I can, but it's long and I'm not going to get into it. It's very, very
just
long.
like quickly, what was the devastating points? How did everybody fail?
Multiple ways.
What did you prove? What was it?
It was multiple ways. Like the
multiple ways.
Believing some evidence but not believing other evidence.
Just name one thing. Just name one thing, not a bunch. Just name one.
Well, one of your ridiculous claims is that there's a giant like container to Earth that nobody ever seen before, but somehow it's there.
Fucking a
Well,
failure
I'm really
already.
interested in how
Containers, I
you
think, covering
proved
the
that
Earth
the
that
Earth was a
nobody knows
sphere.
about.
Dude,
How'd
it's
you
not
prove?
our claim.
It's
It's
a
not our
very
claim that
long
gas
debate.
pressure requires containment. That's your claim.
Yeah, but yet you never showed us any evidence of a container till this day. Boop boop. I guess you have nothing to say about that. Walk walk
Who gives a
walk.
shit? We've showed you the
Walk
surface
walk
isn't frozen.
Oh my goodness. This
Dude,
guy
it's your
obviously doesn't
claim. You're the one
understand
who
when we
has to
say
prove
necessary
it.
Claim. No, it's
antecedent
not.
relationship.
Nobody in the globe community claims there's a
Fine.
container around the
You've
Earth.
got mental
That's your
trouble.
claim, and you can't even prove it.
Yeah, they do.
So that's just one
No,
of
it's your
the
Dude.
claim, mate.
one of the arguments I crushed you
Dude,
on
your
last time.
whole globe
That was a
requires
small
a
example of how I
container
destroyed
of
your asses last
gravity
time.
holding air in. Remember? You need a gravity container. Remember?
A gravity container? What?
Isn't that your claim?
What's a gravity
Yeah, that's your
container?
claim. You need a container also. You need a gravity
When did
container.
I ever claim something? Did I claim that?
Oh, he didn't.
You're a baltard. That's how you claimed it.
How do you know I'm a baltard?
I can
It's a
tell.
force field.
Maybe I think the Earth is like a fucking hexagon. What do you?
No.
When did I ever say what I believe in?
That's why we
It's
can
not,
tell
don't
you're
worry.
a baltard.
I know for sure it's not flat.
How do you know that? How did you
measure
prove
it?
that it wasn't?
I just gave you one example.
No, that's the sky container.
Well, if it was a
You
hexagon, it
said
would have
that
a
you
bunch of
know
flat
that it's not
surfaces,
flat.
wouldn't it?
I'm showing you the rhetoric. You guys are believing in imaginary things that don't exist.
All right, Mighty, you're
not
just
willing
going to
believe
talk, aren't
any
you?
evidence.
Mighty,
Yeah,
you're just going to
that's what
talk,
you do
aren't
when
you?
you debate. You have to talk. Yeah.
You're not going to take addressing on your points that you bring up.
I just did. I literally.
No,
just
you didn't,
addressed
dude.
what you said.
It's like you're not answering anything.
Well, I just did.
So
I
how
just
did you
used
Guy's
prove?
full-
Because that was the
full of
sky.
soy,
I
isn't he?
used to crush
Doing
you
it
last
again,
time.
he's being a
Give you an
wanker.
example.
Like,
He's being a wanker.
Why are you
Says
calling
he
people
knows
wankers?
that
Are you
the
mad?
Earth. What, when
did
dealing
you
with wankers?
brush
Yeah,
your
it pisses
teeth
me
in
off, dude.
soy this morning, mate?
Don't be pissed, dude. It's holiday season. It's Merry Christmas, dude. Don't
But
be
yeah,
mad.
then stop
It's
being a
not worth
wanker then.
mad.
Why do I have to tolerate you
What does
being a
being a
wanker?
wanker mean? What's a wanker?
Oh, somebody masturbates,
I'll
mate.
just put him on mute.
Like a jerk off.
Someone who's masturbating?
Fuck off.
That
Right,
guy's
you can
just
deal with him, dude,
overflowing
but
with
what the
fucking
fuck?
soy, man.
Was that another win for him, not addressing anything and not supporting any claim? I guess that's a win.
It sounds like he's.
Apparently, I'm not winning. I'm a masturbating.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to
It,
Mr.
it,
Jedi.
it sounds like he just heard about outer space being fake. So.
Yeah, probably.
Oh shit! I wanted to tell him.
He knows.
Is outer space fake, just like the container that surrounds the globe somehow?
Space is fake, dude.
But no one saw it, or the ice wall that you claim there's like an ice
No,
wall.
you claim the ice wall. That's you, dude.
You keep shifting the goalpost every time we own you on
Dude,
stuff.
it's your ice wall.
There's
U.S.
a giant ice wall around the
military.
Earth, and we're like, there's no
Yes,
ice wall. And
U.S.
then you're like, you
military
invent
named
new
it
stuff
that.
as you
I
go.
didn't name
You
it
always
that. I
invent
didn't
new
name it
shit.
an ice wall going around the
There's
Earth.
no 24
You
hours,
guys
son.
did.
Okay.
You
So
guys
we're going to have
claimed
to just.
that for flat Earth.
He's going to play this game. No worries. Who here claimed an ice wall? Sorry. Sound clip, anything, a name. Who claimed an ice wall? Okay, so that was a lie. Nobody claimed an ice wall. Somebody's a liar. We've established that.
Well, shucks.
Yeah.
Did anybody tell him why outer space is fake? I mean, it's 100%
He didn't
fake.
ask. He didn't ask.
Oh, true. But there's a
It's
very
fake.
specific reason.
He knows. He knows VaxWax. He's an old customer. Repeat customer.
On a star.
Oh, now he's starting to sing. We got him singing
think-
to himself now. So, instead of some people sing to themselves instead of rocking back and forth when they're put in this position like this. Some rock back and forth, or they stand in a corner and they spin around and they do weird shit. Touch the doorknob 50 times after we get done with them.
Hey, that sounds like OCD territory.
Yeah, we trigger OCD in these guys. And Tourette's. I don't know if you guys ever noticed the Tourette's they get sometimes.
I literally have obsessive compulsive disorder. It sucks.
Go touch the doorknob because it's dirty and there's germs on it.
No. Like, see, with OCD, you have to touch a doorknob 50 times because if you don't, your grandmother will suffocate.
There you go. And make sure, I don't know where you live, but it's snowing here and you can't see the cracks on the sidewalk, so people won't even go out around here. They don't want to break their mother's back.
I will actually avoid stepping on cracks if all possible. God's honest truth, I will. Anyway. No, I mean space like debunking space, that's the easiest thing in the world. It's violating natural law. Like entropy is no longer taking place. Therefore space is fake. But then what does the Glober say? Oh, entropy doesn't apply to Earth. Entropy's literally where, like, you've only ever experienced entropy on Earth, so how does it not apply, right? I'm in a bit of a mood. My fucking football team got smoked tonight, and I'm not happy about it. We're up 21-0, and they still lost like 31-35. Unacceptable.
Oh, it sounds like you must be a Browns fan.
No, New England Patriots.
Oh, yeah, because I don't know. I don't even watch the Browns anymore. I just figured that was them when you said that score, just by saying the score like that.
The poor Browns.
Poor Browns.
Yeah,
We've never
sure.
had a football team. Never, 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 ever. Since I've been
You did
alive.
back in
Since I've been
right, yeah.
alive, they sucked the whole time.
I mean, Bernie Kosar was good. He was a good quarterback.
Those were different days, and they still didn't get anywhere.
Then Bill Belichick became your head coach, and you guys went like 9-7, lost the first round of the playoffs, and yeah, being the Browns sucks. Like they must be like deep in the Illuminati. They have to get punished like every year.
And now we're getting a brand new Brown stadium.
Hmm. You know what
A
though?
whole
Shador
different,
really isn't that bad.
whole
You guys
different
have a
part of
little
the
bit of
city now, right by the airport now.
yeah, I bet that's really gross. I've never been to Cleveland though.
Everything's easy to get to.
Well, I'm sure it is. But like me caring about football, like that's the Glover in me, right? Like just the fact that like I hope it's real. And then I'm watching him like, dude, I could have made that pass. Like, why are you throwing it in the dirt? And I'm like, oh yeah, because it's fake. I just don't want to accept the fact that it's fake. But it is. Hey, if it's fake, as long as my team continuously wins for, 20 plus years, whatever. It's not fake then. Oh shit. But at the same time, tell all the Brits that Manchester United is like throwing their games and shit. They'll flip out too. But I mean, when the Glober like wants to claim outer space, I mean dude, that's gonna be like shooting like hippos in a barrel. Like you can't miss. Entropy here. Oh look, how do you explain this picture of the globe Earth? High pressure not going to low pressure. Entropy is not taking place. Therefore, doesn't exist. That's the simplest one.
So they lied about the medium, but they still sent something up there and took a photo.
Whoever just said that, you broke out on like the last like 3 words of your sentence. My bad. That may have been me.
I said so they lied about the medium, right? But they still sent up a thing and took a photo.
They lied about the medium.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can unpack that. All right. Well, they lied about the medium. So they claim the medium is air, which is what we all experience every single day. You go higher up. Oh my God, the air pressure gets lower. Okay, how are you going to combat that? Oh, he's back. I thought you left.
Wait, so they're not lying about the medium?
Well, what's the medium?
Low air pressure. So low pressure of air.
Yeah, what's so hard about that?
So your entropy argument, right, your second order thermodynamics, it only disproves one part of the story. There's still a claim on the table that this is a photograph of Earth.
Right. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay, so, and I mean, we're not like discussing a specific photograph, so we're just like, you know, we're all picturing, okay, so let's say that some dudes go up really high, really, really high, and they're in a tin can, if you will. They get out of their tin can, and once they get out of their tin can to take a picture, they're wearing spacesuits. Why are they wearing spacesuits?
I don't see a guy in a spacesuit in the image.
Hey, which image are you all looking at?
Right. Well, see, yeah, exactly. I was just saying a hypothetical image because there's really no image on the table that we have to like discuss.
Gotcha.
Does it really matter though?
Okay, how about the original blue marble photograph, supposedly, right?
Yeah, that's like
okay.
A kindergarten fire out there should be able to like disarm that.
How?
Dude, it's not a matter of disowning it. It is a claimed photograph of the Earth
No, disarm.
from space.
Disarm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a claim, right?
Yeah, that picture's literally violating the second law of thermodynamics. Simple.
No, the photograph is not violating anything. It's a photograph.
It's a photograph claimed to be taken from where?
Yeah, we already discussed this. That's what Tita was talking about. Perhaps they are lying about the medium that they're in.
Okay, so the medium now is green jello versus
Yeah,
gas?
that's what I said. I said green jello. Do you only come in here to antagonize people and put words in their mouth, Vax?
No. You said they're lying about the medium, so therefore they're the medium that they're lying about.
Yeah, is something, not nothing.
Yeah, not an extremely high vacuum. Perhaps they are not disclosing the medium, right? Perhaps there is ample air pressure in the medium that they're in to take this photograph. The thing that debunks the photograph is a spherical Earth that we cannot measure any particular curvature of. You're going to have to follow along. Are you drinking again today?
Well, when they say that there's ample air pressure to take the photograph,
Nobody
their
said
claim
that.
is
Nobody said
well,
that.
I thought that's what you
Have you
just
been
said.
drinking? No. We're oh my gosh, dude. Are you having this hard a time following along? That's why I asked you.
Did you step away from your mic?
No, I'm wearing Bluetooth.
Oh, okay. Well, it sounds good for Bluetooth.
Does lying
So anyway,
about the medium debunk the picture?
If they're lying about the medium, then what is the medium that they're lying about?
Don't know. So this is the point, right? We don't know. We're not making a claim to it. If, hypothetically, it isn't a vacuum and it's something, then we have a picture of the Earth from up there in the sky. Not in a vacuum, but something else.
I don't really follow that.
it's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible that perhaps because the second law of thermodynamics does debunk or does refute the claim that space or outer space or the vacuum of outer space is not possible, we are exploring the possibility that perhaps there is ample air in this region that they claim to have went to, like the surface of the moon, and took a photograph of the Earth. But then again,
So
the photograph. What?
Well, don't they claim that the surface of the moon is? Damn it! What is the number?
Roughly 248,000 miles. That is based on the Earth being a sphere. So the Earth being a sphere has to be true for any of the claims about distances or, all that stuff to be true.
No, the
So,
Earth has to be a horizontal plane for them to have their distances.
holy shit, are you serious?
Are you able to entertain an idea and think about it without accepting it to be true? Can you at least do that?
So accept nonsense and then talk
No,
to them
within
about.
the idea that we're fighting against, like the globe Earth, inside this paradigm, right?
I don't
So
fight
you're
against
not
the
following.
globe Earth.
Now I got to jump in. You're definitely not following along. Fuck.
Yeah, because there is no globe Earth to even fight against.
We do not disagree about that point, but there are some
Yeah,
claims
but
that
you
you
want
could, you know,
to.
you could do hypothetical, thought experiments. That's sort of what we're doing. It is Sunday, but whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Hopefully you guys' Sunday's going better than mine. Dude, I'm so heated about that fucking football game. You know what it is? Like, okay, so I have a 9-year-old and a 2-year-old. She'll be 3 at the very last day of January, so she's almost 3. They took all their toys, all their books, and they laid it out all nice on their bed. They share a full size mattress. They laid everything out nice, and they go, "Daddy, come to our store and buy something." And I'm like, "Okay, well, how much is everything?" They go, "It's free." Oh, so everything is free, but you want me to buy it? Yeah. Where do I go from there?
Buy it and make them smile and enjoy life.
No, I see. I did that because
It's hard to
my
rob them.
2-year-old said, no, my 2-year-old said the ball was $10. I'm like, okay, the ball's $10. So she like stuck her hand in her pocket and pretended to hand me money and then gave me the ball. And I said, "Thank you, sweetheart." Gave her a kiss on her forehead and walked away. That's what the Globers are doing, guys. I mean, do you not see that?
Vax, I'm going to be straight up with you, bro. Your presence in this particular server is not very welcome. Usually because you're here to rage bait or antagonize. So anything that you discuss, the Patriots, your kids, I have nothing against your kids, but we're not with you, bro. So anything that you talk about here, we typically ignore or kind of cringe when you speak.
Yeah,
You get that?
that's fair.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Well, the Globe claims that the moon is inside a vacuum.
Yeah. Who cares?
Well, the Globers care because that's their claim,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you take the vacuum away from them, and now what are they left with?
I'm pretty sure you've been drinking.
I have been. I'm drinking right
Yeah.
now.
You probably should just go on mute because you're making a fool of yourself.
Well, I mean, how so? You guys are like, okay, so you say that the second law, well, not you guys say, I say the second law of thermodynamics violates our whole notion of outer space. And you guys are saying, yeah, but what if they lie about the medium?
No,
Okay, so
sir.
what's the
That's
medium?
Yeah, this
no,
is
sir.
why they're saying that you're having trouble following along because I followed along with that quite quickly and you're having trouble with it still. They're just saying it's a possibility if they're lying about that. Like I don't understand why it's so hard for you to grasp it.
Okay, so there's ambient air pressure when they took the picture of the Earth.
Maybe it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because the
That
photograph
would take
is debunked by the lack of curvature on the surface of the Earth. Right. So
No, the
we're
photograph
just
is debunked because they claim the photograph is taken into a like they had to enter an endless vacuum
Yeah,
to
but what
take
if
that
it's not
photograph.
that?
Yeah, but what if?
I
Okay,
try
so
and give you a hypothetical, but imagine they were trying to hide the waters above. So when they go up into the sky, they want us to believe it's a vacuum. But when they actually go up into the sky, they go into water. Hypothetically. I mean, it doesn't fucking matter.
okay, so Neil Armstrong went up
And then they
into
turn
a
round and
swimming
take a
pool in
picture
space.
of the Earth that's a sphere. So they can still go up into the sky and take a picture of the Earth that's a sphere, hypothetically. How do you debunk this? It's the curvature on the Earth. There isn't any.
Of course, there's no curvature. But we have to pretend that they're lying about the medium when their claim is the medium is a vacuum.
Every
Vax.
single.
Actually, that is incorrect, sir. That is patently incorrect. NASA now says that the atmosphere goes far beyond the moon. So they do not say that there has ever been humans in a vacuum. That is now the new stance. That's what they've
What's the gas
released. That's
pressure?
what they've repeated. So the question now is, why do you keep talking about a vacuum when not even the Globetards claim that they've been in a vacuum?
Okay, so there's no more vacuum. So the vacuum of space is not real.
Oh, good grief. We're just
Okay,
sort of
so
like parsing stuff apart. You know what I'm saying? Like we're just discussing something as a hypothetical. We are not saying that perhaps they went to, the waters above. We're not even saying the Kármán line has to do with where they declare outer space officially begins, right? But that's been arbitrary because they move it around. We're aware of that. We're just sort
the
of
Kármán
kicking
line is
stuff
the first
around.
law. Yeah, the Kármán line is the first law of thermodynamics violation.
Oh my gosh. What?
Well, think about what the Kármán line is. What are the Glovers
What is
claim?
it? You tell me.
Well, okay, so yeah. Hold on a second. I'll put myself on mute for like 30 seconds. Let me warm up. My hands are freezing. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Now, while he's doing that, in the side chat, I've placed an article that's just one of the many articles where they talk about that they have retracted the claim that there's a vacuum between the Earth and the Moon. They talk about that the atmosphere goes far beyond the Moon. So, I'm not sure if you're still hearing me, Vaxie, but the Globetards themselves have changed their mind on that. So you can no longer claim that the picture is impossible because of a vacuum.
Now we have to be careful because there are claims about what, a high vacuum and a low vacuum, right? So what does the article say about what the Kármán line essentially is?
Well, the article is not about the Kármán line. It's about the atmosphere extending far beyond the moon.
Okay. Yeah. So the atmosphere, whatever the pressure might be, right? Because I think a high vacuum is, and Professor Triangle may be able to answer this, and I could probably look it up, but I'm not gonna for the sake of time. Somewhere above 10 to the -2 or 10 to the -4 ballpark. But they describe high and low vacuums being beyond a certain point, a Torr value.
Does the air at the Kármán line rotate with the Earth?
Holy shit. Does the Earth rotate?
Of course not.
Okay.
But their claim, it's not our claim as flat earthers, it's the Glovers' claim, right?
Right.
So they claim that the air at the Kármán line is still rotating with the surface of the Earth.
If that's their claim, fine. It's incumbent upon them to prove that. What is the Kármán line? I'll just look it up.
Yeah, well, I mean, their claim violates the first law of thermodynamics, does it not?
Many of their claims violate natural law. No one's disputing that.
Okay, so why would you entertain their hypotheticals?
It's speculation Sunday, my friend.
Yeah, fair enough. So their speculations have no grounds in reality.
Of course. Nor do ours, because guess what? I could not verify in any way that there are essentially waters above, right? I'm not claiming that there are, but there is a claim in a book that that is the case. So perhaps these fools can enter this area. That's why it's Speculation Sunday. And maybe they can turn around and take a photograph. Oh, damn, too bad. The Earth doesn't curve, so it still doesn't work. We're just kind of bullshitting because there's no one to speak to.
Well, yeah, but the Earth not curving's already been easily proven.
Yeah, I know.
Right. So the flat Earth debunks about Earth curve get swept aside to entertain a Glover's speculation about natural law
No,
violation.
no. Pictures from space, when we start talking about the violation of the second law of thermodynamics, move very quickly away from Earth curvature, and then we start talking about gravity. Quickest way to debunk a picture from space is point out that we should, according to the picture and claim with a radius, be able to measure curvature over the surface of the Earth. So the quickest way to debunk pictures from space is Earth curve measurements.
Ask a Glover to present you Earth curve measurements and see what they say.
Vax, we've done that, friend. At this point, your feeble attempts at trying to, I don't know, fit in, be buddy buddy with us, it's not working. I'm becoming more annoyed every time that you speak. Because you've been drinking, I don't even know if you're really hearing what I'm saying. It's best if you just go on mute to save yourself any further embarrassment.
Well, yeah, it is quite interesting that I must admit I am shaking my head.
Shaking your head about what?
Then you really aren't following along, my friend. You know,
Following along with what? The hypotheticals that violate natural law? My bad.
okay, I've already explained to you that there is no claim that humans have ever been in a vacuum. So I've explained that to you. There's an article in the side chat that even explains that to you. So
Okay.
you're using
Well, what?
outdated information. So
What's the air pressure on the surface of the moon?
All right, here we go. Because
yeah,
he can't
I
do
don't
it
know how
himself.
anybody's ever measured that. Yeah, there you go. Okay, whoever did that did us a favor, I think.
I'm trying to do him a favor.
Indeed, my friend. Indeed, sometimes it's a kindness because I love Vaxie. I truly, truly do. I do think he's got a passion for the cause, but man, oh man.
Truth be told, I don't believe he has really any genuineness in him when he enters this particular chat. So I prefer not engage with him,
Well,
but if he insists, I just go ahead and mute him.
yeah, I know that he's Yeah, I have to agree, my friend, because he was. I'm pretty sure he's still a QE acolyte, so I'm really not sure. Have dialogue with that. I do wish him all the best. I sincerely do.
Well, I can't say anything about who he may be, allied with. He seems to be his own man, right? But
Well, he was in
most of the
Genesis
time,
server the other week with Berserker and some others that were saying some pretty vitriolic stuff, and he was right in there with them, and they were listening to QE just berate Yoder, and Vaxie was kind of leading the charge.
well, I mean, he's more than entitled to, like or follow or emulate or just, appreciate and agree with whatever personality or arguments he likes. I don't have a problem with that. It's just that when he comes in here, he seems to be looking for excuses to just get into a straight up BS argument, which I don't appreciate.
That's my point.
If he,
Yeah, that's my point, because he's hearing what QE and others are saying about us, so he's coming over here to test the waters.
well, yeah, and I just don't know why you would want to intentionally, in my mind, and I have no evidence for this. It just feels this way to me, right? So this is my own position, but he seems to like to antagonize. He seems to like to stir the pot and kick the hornet's nest. I don't have time for that. We got plenty of Globers doing that, so we don't need him.
Now, says who? Do you? Some people do, but a lot of people don't. But do you understand the Southern concept of have a blessed day?
The concept. What do you mean? It's kind of an idiom, right? It's just, well, maybe not an idiom. It's just something that people say, but typically it's probably more prevalent in the South. Although I have heard it everywhere. What do you mean?
So in the South, have a blessed day is a whole lot more than just an idiom or an expression. It's actually a whole way of life. So typically in the South, if somebody says to you, have a blessed day, what they're really meaning is have a blessed day somewhere else.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's oftentimes it's it's a left-handed compliment.
Right. Huh. I mean, listen, around here, I mean, I'm not. So I'm in southern Missouri, and this is kind of like the no man's land. It's right between the north and the south, right? So you could hear that, and you might hear it from like a clerk at a convenience store, and it just means have a good day. I don't know if I've ever heard it used in the way that you're talking about. Like, it's essentially kick rocks, but it's said in a nice way. I don't know if I've ever come across it that way.
Yeah, it's extremely a deep South thing, and you have to know to look out for it. So if you're talking with a clerk or something at a store, and they say a blessed day to you, it likely doesn't exactly always mean you might think. It's a lot of times, especially if they've got somebody else there with them, they'll have a little body language signal to an extent that one transmitted that and the other received it. Like, yeah, you go have a blessed day now. It's a yeah, and so sometimes in life we got to tell these people, yeah, go have a blessed day somewhere else. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
I
See,
would hope that when people say it to me, they want them to be genuine. You know, like I want it to be genuine because it sounds like a nice thing to say to somebody. You know, have a nice day, have a blessed day. Hope they mean it, or at least in the way that anybody would in a very casual interaction. But in this case, yeah, Vax Wax, have a blessed day.
exactly. But yeah, so Missouri. I've been over most of Missouri, and I know that Missouri was a southern state, but by the same token, Missouri seems a lot more Midwest than it does Southern to me.
Yeah,
Arkansas, on the other hand, different story.
yeah. Arkansas is to me, a southern state, and you're probably correct because I'm not the South or even this area. My original stomping grounds, born and raised, I was from Colorado. So, now that I'm here, I'm just trying to pick up on the culture and the history of this area. And it's you're correct. It's more Midwestern, at least now, than it maybe previously was, but it kind of fits in that box, because we got Illinois right there. We've got Iowa straight north, and it feels like it's more part of those states, or it shares more culture with those states than it does necessarily the southern states. It's a weird blend. Like I said, it's kind of a no man's land. It's like a Switzerland between even the West. You've got Nebraska and Oklahoma, and Kansas right next to it. It's just this smack dab in the middle of a lot of different subcultures. So it's kind of fascinating. It borrows from all of them.
Oh yeah, no doubt. It's there's a good reason why they call it the Show Me State.
So we toured in Jefferson City, the state capitol building, and the reason, and I forget what it was, to be honest with you, but they gave us a tour and they talked about about where the "Show Me State" slogan came from, and it didn't sound right to me. It almost didn't sound true. Like it didn't make sense. Um, and shame on me for not memorizing it a little bit better, but it didn't seem right because everybody around here kind of talks about the "Show Me State" as in, like, if you make a claim, you better show me. That's how people use it. But at the Capitol building in that tour, that's not what she was kind of getting at. So I don't know.
Well, having grown up in Indiana, they have the same issue there with the word Hoosier. So there's lots of different explanations to how it come about. But my favorite is they say that back in the day that if you came up on somebody's property late at night, they'd start hollering, "Who's here? Who's here?" And somebody said,
Really?
"Oh, those must be the Hoosiers."
Okay.
That's one of the explanations. But what I often find in these idioms, like of geography and such, is nobody really knows. Maybe it was one guy who told a joke about something back in 1855 or something, and then nobody remembered what the joke was, but they remembered the "show me" part, and just kind of took grip. Or the
Right.
Hoosier.
Yeah. It's fascinating. I would like to know where these sayings come from. So when people talk about the cops, right? I have heard, and it sounds plausible, that cops was short for copper because, in England, the police officers or the peace officers, what's their actual name for them? Starts with a
Bobby?
C. Doug. No,
Constable?
constable, right? They would wear copper cuffs or essentially, like on their sleeves, copper cuff holders. So that's why they call them coppers or cops. I think that sounds plausible, and that's just always been. But there are other things like the show me state. I don't know what that really means. I like the idea currently that for the most part, it's like, well, prove it. I like that bit, and I hope it. But I don't know that that's where it came from. We may never know.
The world may never know, but there in Missouri lies one of the finest institutions that was originally dedicated to flat Earth teaching.
Oh, really?
Yeah, believe it or not, the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, the first two presidents wrote extensively on the topic and wrote extensively opposing Copernicanism, and they kind of, I don't know, somewhere around the last 50 years, they put that to the wayside, but it's still there somewhere.
Well, that is fascinating. Oh, shoot. It just came to me. Cufflinks. I'm talking about cuff holders. Cufflinks is what I was talking about. Copper cufflinks on the cops. So that's where it came from. Allegedly.
Yeah, oftentimes, these traditions, they end up with different things, because I've also heard that it meant that constable on patrol, and I never bought that one. I thought that was kind of like a backronym.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's just hard to know, especially because when these things come out 150 years ago, it's not like they had lots of Discord servers to record the information in.
Sure. Being alive in this era, especially with this topic about the Earth being a globe or a sphere, and the victors writing the history, you begin to call everything into question, right? So you may read something in a textbook, or you might hear it from people in casual conversation about where the history of all these different things came from. But after a while, especially since the old the COVIDs from a few years back, and what we kind of all lived through, it would make people bring things like influenza or the Spanish flu or whatever. You just go. We have an official story about the history of that was, but living what we've lived through now, do you go? Is it about the same thing that we experienced today? Where something major may have been blown out of proportion, or something minor may have been blown out of proportion for some nefarious purpose, and then us as the people who read the history just all the way down the line go, oh yeah, it was bad 100, although no of us were ever around for that. Is it the same kind of thing? Was the Spanish flu very similar to whatever happened 5 years ago? And you just have to wonder.
Well, I will say this, that I'm kind of mixed on it, because if you feel I'm getting a little too close to TOS, just stop me. But 100 years ago, just after the 1918, 1919 time frame, how many million people had been killed? And after the Civil War, you had the same kind of breakout.
Sure.
And how many million people were killed? So
right.
I tend to think that after serious wars, serious death, that some kind of plague happens.
Yeah, a serious plague that may or may not be a plague. Who knows? There's so many things that can't be known, especially if you weren't there in that era or that time frame, and if you weren't one of the people that were very close to the research or the narrative or whatever. Like all of us normal people, quote unquote, kind of operate as the receivers of information being dissented to us, and we have to do our best to go through whatever rhetoric or whatever story that we're presented with, and see if we can't come out uh, with some kind of reasonable, logical conclusion about what really is occurring. And when it comes to history, you can almost just go ahead and say, I actually just don't know. I know what people say. I know what's written. I know it. It could have been in a newspaper, in a textbook, in a history book, whatever. But man, to really verify any of the things that we've been told is nearly impossible. You'd kind of have to know somebody who was the first one to discover or put the story forth, and then you'd have to ask them if what they said was true, and then you'd have to ask them what their motivation was. And we don't get the opportunity to do that. And I don't have the opportunity to ask anybody who may be in a position of power or knowledge about what happened 5 years ago. So I just have to go by what I know. And I know that at one point I got what could be considered an illness or a flu, consistent with the symptoms that were described. But at no point did I ever feel like I was going to keel over. I felt fine after a week or two. And so, what am I supposed to think? I mean, I obviously did get ill during that time period. Does that mean what they said about it overall is true? Not at all. Um, what am I supposed to do other than go, well, I know what I had and I know what you described and they sort of match up. But I also know that there's a whole other narrative that season of life for everybody on the earth. And a lot of it has come up or been found wanting as far as the official narrative goes. So, uh, I can only tell about what I experienced. Firsthand knowledge is one of the most valuable things that anybody can have. But my experience may not be your experience. Should we write a history book about what you experienced and what I experienced, and make a grand narrative around each thing? We can't do that. Everybody lives their own individual life. So we operate from an end user position or an end hearer position a lot of the time. And I kind of decided that I'm not going to really pay too much attention to official narratives anymore, because it's like, well, if I'm not there and I can't validate it, should I go ahead and borrow that as truth? No.
Well, I will say this, that to let me talk out both sides of my mouth for a moment, I do agree that what we hear of any narrative of anything is just that. It's a narrative.
Yeah.
And so you'll hear me, hang on a second here. Boys want me to push him around the swing. Sorry. But anyway, so I think that there's two competing interests that go on with narratives. One is the need to make certain events seem like they're much more dangerous than they are.
Sure.
And then for other events to look like they were handled and a lot less dangerous than they actually were. And so that's where I come to, is when I review these narratives, I ask myself the question: is it less than they're saying, or is it more than they're saying? Because I know that what they're saying is very likely untrue. But
yeah.
So, which direction do you go from there? And I can tell you, I hold two competing views on what happened. I know that I look back to pictures months and a year after we reopened up here, and we would be in stores, and I'm talking big stores like Walmart, Target, the mall, and there would be a very small handful of people in the store. We would go to the beach and there'd be nobody. We would go out to eat, and a lot of times we'd be the only people in the restaurant, and the restaurant would be perfectly clean. And we left, moved out of state for 3 years, and we came back. And it's now, the way I remember it, right up until things changed. Now, there's a couple arguments people could make as to why that happened, but the other thing I know is, and I know for a fact because we were dealing with a particular situation, that something here was happening in October of 2019, and it was not just bad, it was far worse than anything that happened in the news in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mind talking about it off the live stream in a little more detail. But so having said that, but overall, we know that it's not what was reported. And I can't tell you because I suspended judgment on it entirely. I just know that up to a year later, this place was a ghost town. And I know now this reminds me of like 2018 and 2019. So having said that, no, I don't buy the narrative in any bit. But it does make me wonder, like, where is the truth in these things? Are they worse? Are they better? But we just know for certain that what they tell us sure in the hell ain't true. I mean, we heard for 4 years just utter bullshit.
Right. Well, you know what's funny is that the way that the world behaved and what the power structures did, right? Their actions and the things that they tried to get the people to do in every nation, or except for Sweden apparently, but or Switzerland, sorry, whatever. They treated it like an extinction level event, and the official numbers were as of a 97% survival rate. So how do you treat something like an extinction level event when basically everybody's just going to be fine? You know, what consistency is there in that? That's all I really need to know. Everybody freak out, everybody panic, everybody stand, a certain distance apart. But by the way, you're probably going to be fine. Give me a break, dude.
Yeah, and I know, like I say, because we were, for a good 2 years, we were in and out of medical institutions. And what I can tell you with absolute certainty is that they were publishing, 150% occupancy, blah, blah, blah. And I would go in and see a doctor in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So, and then I also think that TikTok was part of the reveal, because there were some doctors who got up on Capitol Hill or somewhere, and they were all making this release about how it's not what we're told. And some GT was really retarded about it and was telling me that that doctors didn't have time to do that. And then I said, well, how do nurses have time to do all these TikTok dancing videos? and started looking back at these dancing videos to realize that these hospitals were entirely vacant. How did they have time for that, especially early on at the height of it? So I come to a conclusion that maybe there was a reason why those places were vacant, because they were denying care. Or maybe it's because there was nobody that needed it. So I'm suspending my ultimate judgment on it, but I'm just saying that, like, it's very clear that it's not what they told us.
Yeah. Well, at this point in my life, whatever it is that I see on any format that produces video, I'm going to be highly skeptical of it. I'm going to go ahead and say, if it's on a video, especially now that we have the old AI that is getting pretty stinking good, even for the average everyday user, I am becoming more and more skeptical and less willing to believe anything I see on any video format, because that's where we're at. And I think I'm going to be just fine if I maintain that position. I'm not going to get excited or scared or upset in any way, shape, or even happy what I might see on YouTube or the TV or whatever. I don't have cable, so everything I'm exposed to is essentially video that's on the old internet where AI reigns free. So,
I think you're losing signal, or I am one.
Deal with what you experienced, and call it a day. Because
you're cutting up a little bit. It's not just you, Mr. Barrington.
Is everybody chopping up?
You're chopping like crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about something different, like flat Earth.
Yeah, better yet, better idea yet. But hey, that's how you discuss news and narratives on a flat Earth.
Correct.
So, Plane,
nice
my
transition.
friend, you must have some commentary to read from somewhere.
Well, we can always check. Is there a little dead air here? The way it was Sweden that didn't care about anything. However, they were not smart enough to stay away from the thing anyway. But they did not close down everything. Hey, let's read some chat on YouTube.
Right.
Okay.
So we got Vax Wax freaking out. Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, remember when they used to make movies and they needed a warehouse full of computers just to render like a frame every few minutes, and now they can do that in a matter of seconds.
Yeah. It's an interesting time to be alive, for sure.
And I tell you guys, I really truly think that we have the greatest opportunity in our life to blow the top off of NASA, because, a lot of people grew up with Photoshop and just accepted that it's okay to Photoshop. But now people are actually falling for fake videos. And once they fall for a fake video, a lot of people don't like it. Like, for instance, when we got back here, I went to go see my dear friend dear family friend who's our chiropractor. And he was showing me an AI video. And I asked him if he thought that was real. And I said, well, no, it's fake. And he thought I was crazy. And then I pulled up, because he's a pilot as well, a private pilot. So I pulled up a chat GPT and had it render a chiropractor giving a massage while flying an airplane. And all of us now, when I go there, he's showing me all kinds of AI stuff and talking about how it fooled him. And he was showing me some space videos and such. And I said, yep, that's fake. That's fake. And he's like, it is, ain't it? I said, yeah. And so my point is I think in our lifetimes, we're never going to have a better opportunity to demonstrate that this stuff is fake than we have right now.
We've got 4K, and it could be total BS.
What do you mean, my friend?
Oh, I mean, just whatever you see could not be anything at all. Could be totally generated. And
oh yeah,
how are you going to tell? You know.
So here's my question: is I've wondered about. So if it's now getting released in the consumer market, how long has realistic AI photo generation been around?
That's a good question. However, I think that there probably will be a split or a push. Now, you're probably going to see, because as far as I can tell, Mango Mussolini, has given free rein to this technology in every sense. In fact, he even signed, as far as I can tell from the news, he's signed an executive order for all the plebiscites and enslaved of the slaves of the United States Corporation, that AI cannot actually even violate state laws. So even the quote unquote sovereign states have no authority over this technology, which means that I think people are going to start putting out content that they're going to try and certify or somehow, give to you, like say, this is actual real content, whatever real means, right? So this is actual footage in real life, and it's not AI. There's going to be a split. But those who don't clarify what they're giving you, you could be looking at anything. And you would hope that those that are giving you the quote real footage are being genuine. It's going to be interesting, because in a digital age, they don't have to disclose it, and you still actually don't know.
Well, I'll go so far to say this, that they have the AI photo and text detectors. And there was a picture of Jaron with Duffy, and Jaron had some AI hands. And so one of the people on the 24/7 server was going to show me up that I was just full of nonsense, and ran it through the photo detector. And I didn't continue on after that. I just kind of chuckled to myself and let him have the last word, because it wasn't worth discussing anymore. But I can create writings, pictures, and other things that will slide right through the detection. And if I can do that, and I'm just using this month, I'm on the $60 a month version of ChatGPT. I'm going back to the $20 a month version.
Why would you pay $60 a month for that shit?
That's a good question. What are you doing, Jay?
Wow.
I took the business version, and it does generate pictures better. So I'm going back to the $20 version here this next month. But it definitely gives you better answers.
Interesting.
Yeah. But all my point of all this is, if I can do this with just a $60 and a $20 account, what can somebody that's paying the $299 or the $1,000, or has some sort of $10,000 a month bill that's producing all these YouTube videos, what can they do?
Oh yeah, I mean, the end user version, as impressive as it is, the powerful have a version that's well beyond anything we're even aware of. That's going to be my speculation, in my opinion. But I'm pretty sure that we are using the stuff that has been approved for consumer use. They've got better stuff, in my opinion, way better.
Now, YouTube is now in mass shutting down AI video creators. There's one guy that was crybabying about it, that he had like 300 million views, 30 million views and 300,000 subscribers and 1,000 videos or something. And he went to log in to, upload his next 100 videos or something, and just found out that he was blocked, banned, and told he was not allowed to make another channel on YouTube. And my fear of that is that, they've been showing the crappy AI videos, and now YouTube's going to get to say, hey, look, we're watching out for you. And then they're going to be able to slide some quote unquote real AI in, and you'll never know the difference.
YouTube, we should tell our listeners over there that you can see there's 24 people listening in right now. If any of you want to interact, I'm monitoring the chat right now, so go right ahead. We don't have any comments that I can read right now, but 25 people now. So if you want to interact with us, you can just type in the YouTube chat, and we'll try to get to your questions there.
Yeah, please do. We're just trying to kill some dead air. Please join us. We would love to have a comment, a question. If you want to come join us over in Discord, please come over and join us. We're here. We're just trying to fill up some dead airspace with some adjacent topics, but please come over and bring us back to the point.
And it is Speculation Sunday, so you can come in and speculate.
I mean, yeah, strictly speaking, we probably shouldn't be talking about AI and current and history events of that sort. Is strictly speaking, we should be keeping it to flat Earth topics. But having said that, friends, if you're hearing us on YouTube or Rumble or X or wherever you are, by all means, please join us. Leave us a comment.
Yeah, but Barrington, before you cancel your $60 AI, have it generate for you a photograph of the true Earth's curvature from the ISS orbit height.
Text me that if you would, please.
Interesting. But speaking of that, I think it's just a matter of time before some glober anti-flat earther comes up with the idea to start generating fake pictures from space of the flat Earth, and then try to kind of inject it into the community and see if people will buy into that. I don't think we're far away from that. To make us look bad. People always ask about that.
Yeah.
I want to see a picture of the full flat Earth from space. Someone's going to do it. This is taken 1 million miles flat, and then a lot of people, flat earthers, not the real ones, but the kind of people who just think it's I bought into the story. Maybe people like Jaron. Oh, look, it's a flat Earth picture from space.
Yeah. Truth be told, at the beginning of this journey, I watched Jaron. I thought he was a fairly good source because he was saying all the right things and scrutinizing all the right evidence, in my opinion, at the time, to kind of get me going on this journey. Like, I had no problem with Jaron. In fact, I was buying into his, science versus scientism, or even that science ultimately is, kind of this big joke as a whole, and not aware that, because, Quantum Eraser will talk about, you're going to fail third grade level physics or science or whatever and not knowing the scientific method, I do not remember being taught ultimately the real scientific method. And so when I had it laid out for me, I was like, oh, wow. So, science is not a joke. The scientific method is not a joke. But I've just been given a bad version or a fake version of what science actually is. And then you find out, a few years later, when the mask falls off, that the dude, number one, as far as I can tell, was acting more like a shill than anything else, trying to dissolve the value of the scientific method and then trying to tear down the entire institution of pursuing knowledge. Not even necessarily science. The scientific method is its own animal, and then there's all of a sudden you realize that science and the scientific method now have kind of become two different things. People use the word science in such a very loose manner that most people, most of the plebiscites, have no clue. They just think science is one thing, the pursuit of knowledge in every field, and there is no method. You just kind of make stuff up, and until someone comes along and disproves it, the thing that you made up is now reality. My goodness. I hope I mean, for the most part, people do operate that way, but that's not accurate. That's not logical. And it's not ultimately very good for society or quote unquote humanity as a whole. And people love it. They eat it up. Oh yeah, it's true until someone. You got to be kidding me. But it seems like if you wait long enough, eventually the crooks or the charlatans themselves.
I will say this: that I first learned about Jaron about 2021, and he had a bunch of people who were into him because of crypto and weed, and so I don't know that he was much anything more than just a pothead philosopher pushing pothead philosophy. He even said back then that he had tried to get some employment at a few different times, and that when they looked him up and saw that his channel and all the social media stuff, that they quickly rescinded offers. And so he's been looking for an exit out of this flat Earth stuff to get back into a commercial role for a long time. So it's hard telling if he actually gave up on the idea of flat Earth and is just doing lip service to try to get some sort of employment. But I know there was some marital strife and other things going on that may have that may be corollary or maybe causative. I don't know which, but there's definitely something.
Yeah, I've heard about that as well. Yeah, I wanted to comment on something Says Who said about also about AI a little bit. My sister is in here in my living room right now. She's a professor at the university. She has a PhD in epidemiology. She grades papers and so forth. Very, very smart woman, right? She says she has peer reviewed for the big journals as well, like even for Nature and those big journals. She says one thing that's coming, AI generated articles. They're going to spit out 1,000 of those. And she also tells me when they peer review, they don't fact check you. They check like they just check like basically just look through it and see if it fits with the knowledge that we already have or something like that. But it's not like they're gonna sit there and redo the experiments in the article. So we can expect a lot of science, so to speak, coming out that don't use the science. That's already the way it is. But AI is going to write thousands of articles in the future, and people are going to refer to it. Like there was some guy yesterday, this is why I'm bringing it up, he said, what is the consensus of the scientific world, or something crazy like that. Like they check these people, they don't check them. So that's all I want to say about that for now.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up, and that's, you know, I feel like that is going to be expected, and that is, so Alex Jones, right? He is his company is called InfoWars, and now there always has been, but a war surrounding information, or knowledge, or ideas, and if the machines, which have been essentially emulating and copying mankind, in the way that we speak, in the way that we approach things, if they've been copying and studying what mankind does, then they can certainly create a synthetic or an artificial uh, article, a peer-reviewed paper about anything. We are actually in now an information war, a knowledge war, or an idea war. And it turns out that we are at war with people that hate the truth, and machines that emulate human beings that are proposing truth. That is a pretty tough battle. And so I imagine there's going to be a kickback. And I think that there sort of already is, because I follow poker, professional poker, a little bit, and there was a documentary about some of these poker stars, quote unquote, going to the World Series of Poker, and in their interviews, they had all this raw footage of people answering questions from interviewers and reporters and stuff, and the final product, the documentary, poker players were giving to some of the interviewers were changed by AI because of audio problems. Okay, there was a problem with the recording, and so the AI took the voice of the individual that was answering a question and changed his words ever so slightly, but it's not what they said. And on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it, when they saw the final cut of the documentary, they're like, I did not say those words, but AI. And the director, or essentially the director, the producer of this particular documentary, used AI to put words in my mouth, and even changed, because it's not just a recording audibly, it's a video recording. Even AI changed the way that I spoke to say these words, and they were livid. They were like, you used artificial intelligence to put words in my mouth and say things that I didn't say. And they had to pull the entire documentary. I mean, this documentary made a boatload of money on Netflix or whatever, but it's completely rejected now by people, because it's like, I'm not going to have a machine speaking for me. So there's going to have to be a kickback. It's just, are people going to do it, or are they just going to do what they've always done and say, it's fine, I don't care that much that it changed my words. The context is still similar, but ultimately I don't care. I think people should be very upset that anything you do or say, especially if it's captured on video and put out in the public realm or the internet or whatever, if you didn't say it and you didn't do it, you should be livid and you should say something. But it's a bad situation right now, because most people, most normies, they just don't care. Same problem with everything. The science and the scientific method. Oh, I'm just going to heap group. It's fine. I don't care. Whatever they tell me, whatever the authority says, I'm fine with it. No, you should care. It should be a big deal to you, because if you don't say no, they're going to take every bit and every inch that they can, and eventually nothing will be real and nothing will be true, and we'll be hosed.
Well, not that what you see on the screen, yeah. But I'm just thinking that producer should have had the sign a disclaimer, and in fine print said that we have the right to edit, the footage of you and the audio in any manner we want.
The funny thing is that those types of contracts don't read contracts, right? They don't read, even like you'll sign up for a Gmail and it'll have this huge fine print contract in it, and nobody reads those. They just click agree because they want the email account, and that's a shame. But I hope that people actually speak out with their real voices and go, I'm not going to be any of my real life content put on video, gee whiz, is not going to be manipulated or augmented by a machine ever. There should be multiple contracts, because I think a lot of the fine print, sometimes people are going to say, yep, I don't care. You can use my likeness. You can use my voice. You can use anything that you like in the way that you like, because I just want an email account or a YouTube account, whatever it is. I need to make money. You do whatever you have to do. I'll do whatever I have to do. And that's the thing that bothers me the most, is that the end user and the everyday guy is just not going to give a rip. Who cares? It's not that big a deal. I'm sure they won't use it for anything nefarious. Yeah, fine. And that's I think we're going to get hosed by the uninformed ultimately in the years to come.
Do you remember the movie The Net?
Oh, I remember the movie. I'm not sure I saw it.
Yeah. So Sandra Bullock plays the part of the character who has her identity stolen. Yeah. Now imagine how much easier that's going to be, and what you could like. Imagine if they had that AI tech for that movie, right? How much harder and difficult would it be for that character to reclaim their identity?
Right. Yep. I feel like a disclosure was given, back in the 80s or even prior to that, this idea of AI, because, the Terminator movies came out in the 80s. And, that was the whole point. It was AI. It was a synthetic or artificial intelligence, right, that essentially decided it was going to be sentient and tried to destroy mankind. And of course, you've got the Matrix. I mean, that's obvious. That was they told you straight to your face. Oh yeah, we gave birth to AI. And I'm not the type to become paranoid or even fearful about those types of things. But it's still not good. Ultimately, we would be better served to ignore or try to get away from machines dictating what we do, even though each of us probably has a smartphone, a computer, stuff. There has to be a limit, right? There has to be a limit where we say, I'm not going to allow the machines to do X, Y, and Z. Meanwhile, the technocrats have been building this structure for, I would say, a few decades, because it's going to be a benefit to them and their control system. And we all just went, no, it seems like interesting sci-fi, but they were very serious. This is my opinion, but they're very serious about using technology to create control systems. So it's not good. Period.
Mr. Barrington, I'm commenting on your comment there. There are surprisingly a lot of people using AI to write their papers now for schools. So almost a majority in her class have all used it. They have tools now at the universities to detect it, but this is even she has done it so many times that she basically notices immediately this is written by AI. Even I can tell, and I'm not in her field or anything. We're going to see a lot of articles being published in the years to come that's written completely by AI, using mainstream, because that's what it's trained on. So it is worrying. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
Nah, man, you jump in more often.
It's, I'm gonna read some comments from the chat then. There's a meme. Dr. Javier, honey. Hot Earth is so outdated. Hot dog Earth is the new thing, honey. And Fry says, "What's up, sick? What's up, you cool guys?" I don't know what I can say on YouTube, but anyway, thanks, Fry. And Mr. Barrington says, "Refraction Watch. Oh, it's a site that where you can track retraction. Oh, you should have a refraction watch for flat Earth. I'm so into flat Earth that I read the wrong word there, but it's retraction watch. Yeah, I've heard about the site. I asked my sister if she had heard about it, and she had not. So maybe I should point her to it. I'm sure there's a lot of them. Hell's, I want to say Hell's Angels, but I know it's Hell's Angles. We're going to the moon. Hey, I have a full folder in my Twitter, or X as they call it now, bookmarked with people I'm going to mock at the end of 2026 when it didn't happen. So I really looking forward to that. If we have some people over on YouTube who want to comment or interact, we're ready for your comments.
Who's Dr. Javier? I've never spoken to him. He or she. Or whatever.
Oh, me? I come in here like every other week or something.
Okay. I don't know if I've spoken to you before. Welcome. Even though you've been here before. Are you of the globe persuasion?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fair. I mean, you do you.
I'm here to just hear what people say, you know.
What would you say is most convincing to you about the globe?
That people have traveled around it, and when I ask flat earthers where are the edges if it's flat, because everything that's flat has edges, they don't seem to want to answer that.
No, I'll answer you. I don't know. I don't know where it is. If there is a limit or an edge or whatever you call it, I have no idea. I don't even know where to look. But wouldn't you agree that if something was round, it would?
Cut off or I cut off?
Yeah, we missed the last word.
Unfortunately.
I cut off? Okay.
After
so if
said,
something was round,
agree?
Just the last word we missed.
Yeah, so if something was round, wouldn't it have to be
cut off again?
Oh, this is so funny. If something is round, wouldn't it have to be what? Tell us to be what?
curved, curvature, curved.
Yeah, you can see the curve.
No. Where's it measured?
Well, I don't know how to measure it myself, but there's people that measure it.
Who?
Geologists?
I've never seen that. Can you show it to me?
Let's see if I can find something on that. I mean, you just gotta look at how.
I'm sure you meant to say geography.
Not geographers. Geology.
No, geologists wouldn't study that.
Yeah, geologists study pressure, and geology is the study of pressure and time on Earth. So I don't know if they would be dealing with curvature. They essentially study rocks.
Yeah, that's right, rocks.
Yeah. So if Earth is one big rock, and it's apparently sphere-shaped, they would measure curve.
Yeah, I don't know how they do that. I've never gotten into that.
Well, why did you make the claim?
What claim?
The geologists measure curvature.
Well, I was wrong about geologists, but there's a way to measure it.
Okay, how? What would that be?
I don't know. I don't know
Well,
it. I'm looking.
how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
That there's curvature in the Earth?
Yeah.
No, that there's a way to measure it. No, that there's a way to measure it. You said, I don't know how they did it, but I know that way to.
He said he was sure, T-Dub. He's sure of it. So this is an assurance.
See, what you really should have done was taken the opportunity, like says who was you, a edge, say, I don't know.
I did say I don't know. If you would have been paying
No,
attention.
You said that you were sure that somebody has measured it.
Yeah, there's ways for people to do it, but I don't know how.
How can you be sure of something if you don't know it? You realize how ridiculous that sounds.
I'm sure that other people know how to do it, but not myself.
Okay, so you're sure that somebody else. Who is the other people?
Find out right now.
You said you were sure. Do you understand what sure means?
Well, I'm sure they figured it out. If they know the Earth is round, somebody figured that out somehow.
Dude, I need you to back off this word sure, because sure means assured, means it's positively proven, okay? If you don't know, just say, I think or I hope, but don't say sure.
Yeah. You're doubling down on this idea that it has been measured because, of course, everybody knows the Earth's a globe, right? So it must have been measured because that's the only possible way we can come to that conclusion, right? So you have this vague idea in your head that it has been done, but you don't even know if it has.
So how do you come to the conclusion it's flat? Because it's not round.
Can I take this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Do it.
All right, nice. I'll do my regular shtick. It's very easy. If you can tell me if you can see this in the side chat, please. Don't worry about the numbers and stuff. I just wanted to comment on the picture. Is this represent kind of what pictures you've seen of Earth from NASA before, the round ball or spherical ellipsoid or whatever you want to call it nowadays?
Flat picture of a round ball.
Yeah, do you see the picture that has a ball on it in the chat?
Yeah, the last thing you put, spherical trigonometry of a sphere.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about the text on it. I'm just interested in the actual image there. So that looks pretty much like the Earth you think you live on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You notice all the blue stuff? What's that?
Water.
Yeah, it's water. And there's one more thing that's pretty funny. So the water, it curves around that ball.
Yep.
We agree, right? Yeah. So oftentimes when people come in here and they say, how do you know Earth is flat? And we answer them because we have measured it, right? So you walk through the simple thing for you to do yourself. You can confirm this. If you want to go out and check for the curvature and you can measure it, that's the question we're going to try to answer, right? So You find a lake or a piece of water at some point, 2 beaches, 10 miles apart. Go there at night, put a friend on the other side, and get a laser and put it 1 foot off of the ground on beach A, and see if it ends up on the other side 1 foot up, right? If it does, that means that the water doesn't curve. Because if you're on a ball, the laser on the other beach should end up 66 foot up in the air, because the water curves away from you. You agree logically, you don't have to agree with the premise, but logically, you see that the logic holds. If you're on a ball, the laser should be 66 foot up in the air on beach B, where your friend is at. You understand the logic?
Not really, no.
Right. So
well, I'll
if
tell you
you're
how
on
I know the Earth is round another way. The other
no,
day I
let's
was
stick to
driving.
this, please. Let's stick to this.
Okay.
If you're on a ball 10 miles out, that laser should end up 66 foot in the air on the other side. The problem is when we do these tests, laser is still 1 foot on both over the beach, over the sea level there. On both beaches, it's only 1 foot. It means there is no curvature it bumps into. Right? You get that? If not, I mean, I hope you do. But if water curves on the ball in this picture, we need to confirm that that's the case down here on Earth. All we have to do is find long enough distance over water, test it with the
Distance
laser.
is.
Sorry, what?
I've seen that distance that's far enough to see the curve.
You have?
Yep.
All right.
I'll take a
Go
picture
ahead.
this week. I'll take a picture this week. It's
Yeah.
in
do it.
I live in the Bay Area, you know, San Francisco.
hmm
And there's a bridge called the San Mateo Bridge that's flat and it runs along the water, right?
hmm
Like maybe a foot or two above water. And from that bridge, if you look to the side, you can see San Francisco. But what you can't see is the base of the buildings in San Francisco. There's water in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you
So you're
just go
not
ahead and measure the curvature? Friend, I don't need you to affirm the consequent. I need you to measure the curvature.
I don't know how to measure that, but I can see that there's a hump of water that doesn't let me see the base of the building.
You're telling us there is a hump of water, although you're just affirming the consequent. I need you to measure it.
You take your laser to that
supposed
place
to
and
measure
shoot
it.
it over, and take your laser to that place where you are and shoot it over to the other side, and I promise you, it's not going to be stopped by water.
I'm going to take a picture this week, and you're going to see that you can see the buildings, but you can't see the base of the buildings.
That's not the question that we're asking of you. I'm asking you to measure it. You understand that sometimes, okay, so you don't have the equipment, you don't have the numbers, fair enough. So you think that just because you don't see the bottom of something, that means the earth is curved?
Yeah, because there's water in the way.
I can't see the bottom of my shoes.
There's no waves in the water. The water's still. And all you see is like water in the way of the base.
Well, you understand, listen, we're not asking for your analysis of what you think the water is doing. We need you to prove that that's what's going on.
Trying to find a picture of what I see when I cross the San Mateo Bridge.
Oh my gosh. It's not going to matter. We need the measurements. We don't need your ad hoc begging the question, affirming the consequent analysis, what you see.
The measurements, you won't acknowledge them, so what's the point?
You haven't shown any. No one has shown any measurements. Not one individual has shown us measurements of Earth curve in 10 years. Why?
It's you who would probably deny the measurement, because we can hey bro, we can give you. Hey, weren't you already presented with an example of a measurement? Did you handwave dismiss it like you just accused us of doing that?
Nothing, anything.
Word salad.
No, are you accusing us of You're saying that if you presented measurements, we wouldn't accept it. Didn't you just do that? Isn't that exactly what you just did?
No.
They didn't exactly let me get to the measurement either, but just so you know, Doctor, under the picture I posted for you after I explained how to do a measurement, if you actually want to try this yourself, there's a video of a 21-mile long laser test, and there should be a lot of curvature there, but we don't detect it. So if you want to go out and take that picture, go right ahead. You should tell us the distances to whatever it is you see in your picture, right? So we can actually do some calculations and see what you should be able to see from that distance. And if it's overwater,
Yeah, if I
there's
can
some
figure out how to
swell.
measure the distance from the San Mateo Bridge to San Francisco, that'll be that answer. I don't know how
Yeah,
to
you
do
can.
that right
Yeah,
now.
you can probably do that on Google Earth. Okay? Bring us those numbers; it'll be interesting. And then we'll explain to you a few things about perspective and angular resolution and how high up you are and so forth. We can do the math for you. That's fine, as long as you bring the numbers. Meanwhile, you should probably watch that video that I posted. It'll explain how to do a laser test if you really want to find out if there's curvature or not over a distance. Thank you. It was nice talking to you. I'm going to go watch a movie with my wife right now. I promised to do that at 6:30, so see you guys later.
Cheers, plane. Enjoy your movie, man. It's something you should consider doing if you're still here. So yeah, go to your bridge, right, and then look on Google Earth to see the distance between you and the target, which is like the city, San Francisco, or a particular building, or just a series of buildings, whatever. Find out
Just the
how far
whole,
away they are.
all the buildings in the financial district, you can't see the bottom of them. You can see
Yeah,
like
okay,
from
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine, but does it match the prediction of the globe based on its claimed geometry?
I can't tell you that. I can only tell you
Yeah,
what I
so
can see.
you need to do that, because if it doesn't, then obviously there's some other reason why you can't see the bottom, right?
It's not because it's not visibly possible, because I can see the buildings. It's just at the bottom are being blocked by a body of
I'm hearing.
water.
I hear that. I hear you saying that, right? You're
I'm
assuming
gonna
that's
take
the
a picture
reason.
next time I'm
You're
driving down that bridge.
assuming that's the reason why, because you've been told the Earth is a globe. But if you
No, because I see the
compared
water right there.
if you compared the distances, right, and make a prediction, okay, over this distance, I should not be able to see so much of the bottom of these buildings, and then you make the observation, right, and it doesn't match, then obviously there's something else going on, right? Right. So you should do that.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a picture next time I'm driving down that bridge. I can't find a picture.
Yeah, we've all seen pictures where it looks like there's like there's objects cut off from view, right, by the horizon, a water horizon, a marine horizon, right? We've all seen that.
Yeah.
We've all seen these pictures. I've never actually seen a case of that with my own eyes.
I have every time I drive across that bridge.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad you've got great eyesight like that. So you
We
take
all
a photo
do.
of that, find out the distances, find out your elevation height above sea level, all that stuff, get all the details, and then
It's no
compare
more
it to
than
see if it matches the globe geometry, because based on the size of the Earth and your observer height, you should be able to predict how far across the surface you should see before there's a cutoff point, right, forming a horizon, and you can predict how much of an object you should see of it based on its distance away from you and its height. If it doesn't match the globe geometry, then that's not the reason. You can eliminate that as the reason why you can't see the bottom of something over distance, right?
Yeah.
Painfully slow.
Okay, I'm back for a quick moment, but
Well,
for that. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Just like the GT, AI is programmed to tell you what you want to hear and show you what you want to see. It's not actually there to tell you the truth, just like the GT. Even ChatGPT admits that it defaults to cinematic ISS propaganda. This cat is just beyond belief, ladies and gentlemen. It boggles the mind.
And which cat is that?
That's our friend telling me that 3 AI generated images violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Three AIs creating images that violate the second law of thermodynamics.
I have seen and heard it all now.
Yeah.
Hey, for some reason, I don't have permissions to go in the chat on this channel. Deck, why'd you get muted, bro? Why'd they mute you? I want to know what the joined at the same time as. There you go. Okay.
Love it. That's a song.
Still swimming. What's up, Archangel?
Hello, everybody.
Rose got the American flag back there.
Yes.
Hey, did you know that if the Earth was the size of a cue ball, it would be more smooth than a cue ball? It's from the highest peak, which is Mount Everest, I think, to the lowest depths. It's less than the surface. The divots on a surface, well, ratio-wise, is less than the divots of a surface of a cue ball. It's pretty interesting.
Oh, that wasn't the night crew. Wait.
Really? Very nice of them. We need more attitude like that around Salvation. Feel you, dog. Yeah, I do. Absolutely. What did I say? You said, just like, and was like, blah, blah, blah. You were like, yeah. Nailed it. Wow. Love that, Andy.
You have
Right? Solid fellow. Seems smart enough. Likes me a lot. A lot. Too much.
Angel, if you're watching something, you're hot micing. We're streaming to YouTube, and if you're streaming something, I'm muting you so that the YouTube doesn't get turned off for copyright
Are you guys
infringement.
streaming to YouTube?
Yeah. You see that window that says YouTube?
Yeah, what are you guys streaming to YouTube?
Like
The conversation.
the Globers make fools of themselves when they try to prove the globe.
When they try to prove the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how the Earth is flat because there's no curve, and then they
Professor,
try to prove there's a curve, and then they make
Professor,
fools
how
of
old are you,
themselves.
bro?
Yeah, weird how that's not the topic. So don't worry about how old. Do you have any globe evidence?
Oh, he needs my age? Oh yeah, I can't give that out, dude.
I'm just curious. It has nothing to do with
Older than
biology.
you, that's for sure, son.
So do you have any globe evidence, young man?
How about the ocean?
There's this globe evidence. They always giggle and chuckle when they know they can't do shit.
Yep.
How about sea level observations?
Yeah, so level is flat or curved?
Yeah, sea level is level.
Hey,
it's flat. One level.
Let me. Hey, Professor Triangle. This is a question for you, bro. All right, you ready?
Eden, I already asked you a question. Is sea level flat or curved?
Curved.
Okay. Can you demonstrate that with measurements, please?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can you demonstrate that it's flat?
Friend, you already made a positive claim. I need you to demonstrate what you just claimed with measurements.
Bro. Triangle claimed it was flat before I made any claims.
Right. So that's what we observe, and that's what the surveyors measure. Do you have a measurement where it's curved?
That's the default.
It's the default position. You have the extraordinary claim of the water apparently curving, consistent with a radius of 3,959 miles. So I need that measurement, please.
It's called. Are you familiar in terms of the ocean?
Wow. So once again, still not answering a question. Can you get me the measurement of the curvature of the sea, consistent with a radius of 3,959, please? Very simple question.
What is the radius 3,959? What does that pertain to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not know that the radius or the claimed radius of the globe Earth, you know, the fairy tale fantasy, is 3,959 miles? So just get us curvature measurements of the sea level that you say is curved, consistent with that.
It's very simple. It's within hydro.
Please get us the measurement. I don't need your additional claims to the thing that you've already claimed. Just get us the measurement of that.
Yes, the measurement.
Dude, you yammering is not going to be a measurement. I need you to show us somebody taking the measurement and getting that value. Post it in the side chat.
Bro, how are you just going to mute me?
Bro, you made a claim. We need the measurement of said claim. Bro.
What's the measurement of it being flat?
Zero curvature.
This is a pretty narcissistic way to have a conversation.
Zero curvature,
yeah,
like
I know.
I told
don't
you
need
before. Remember when I said we make globers look like fools because the Earth is flat because we measure zero curvature, and you were like, "What, professor? I have to ask you your age."
Yeah. So when there's nothing of something, it's not really incumbent upon us to show you nothing. You're saying positively that there is a curved sea level, which is basically an oxymoron. And we don't need you poisoning the well with claims of narcissism. I'm being pretty civil at this point. Just go ahead and get us the measurement. Not that hard, bro.
No, you're being a narcissist.
No, this is not narcissism. This is just conversation where you're kind of dodging the question about the claim that you made. So I'm asking you to go ahead and prove your claim unless you don't want to, or maybe you can't. You can't show us any measurements of curved sea level, which makes perfect sense to me because level isn't even defined as curved. So at any point, can you show us the measurement of curvature of the sea level, please?
Can you demonstrate the Earth is flat with measurements?
Yes, we measured.
Yeah, we measured zero.
Show me.
You're going to show us.
How do I show you nothing?
Because Triangle asserted it first.
You
so
showing
show
us
me.
there's no measurement of curve proves it's flat.
Show me some.
This is how this is going to work. See, the thing about positive claims is you have to show the positive claim. I can't show you nothing. It's illogical for me to show you the lack of something. Even you asking me to show you the lack of something shows me that you don't understand truly the logical proposition. So You claim positively that there is Earth curve. I say no. I can't show you lack of something. Think about this for a minute and give me the measurements of the Earth curve, please.
What does a positive claim mean?
Holy cow. So
Oh, we
this
got to
guy
go to the
doesn't even know
beginning.
what a
Yeah, we got to go to
very
the beginning.
beginning.
And he wants to be on camera with the cool mic and like he's going to be a streamer and shit. Dude, you got to learn this stuff.
Right. So if for some reason you're streaming to TikTok or Twitch or whatever it might be, all of your moronic listeners and followers should know that the positive claim carries the burden of proof. We claim zero curvature. Oh, he just bounced because apparently he got embarrassed. I brought up his TikTok followers.
I've got some new stuff to talk about if you guys are interested.
Oh, you got Earth curves?
Sweet.
Well, I came in here the other day and we were conversating on the laser test, and I was disputing that. Why I thought that was kind of could be argued that it was incorrect. But I have two things. I have a question for you guys about a claim that I saw online. And then the second thing is I have devised possibly a test myself. So anyway, the first thing is have you guys seen the YouTube video about the sailboats racing around Antarctica?
Bro, you're going to have to be a little bit more specific than that. There's probably 10,000 videos about that.
Right. So, I mean, it's new information to me, but I didn't even know they had a race that started in France and then they sailed around Antarctica and then back to France. So, from what I've learned from it is that you have people that were on these sailboats claiming specific places, a specific amount of time in between the places, and then a specific amount of overall time that it took to do the race. So, I mean, it's from my point of view, it looks pretty clear that the flat Earth map that is provided by most flat earthers is
Hold
just
on
not
a second. Hold on a second.
Well, I want to see this
Hold on a
map
second.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this a map that we claim or that we have agreed to?
Not necessarily that you agree to, but I don't know what else someone who would claim a flat Earth could possibly want to argue if they don't have a map, right? If they don't have
Okay,
an
so
idea.
this is your subjective position where you're going to assume that if the Earth is flat, this is the map that we would have to use?
No.
No. Okay, so what are we talking about a map for?
Oh well, that's what I'm saying. The whole race thing, we don't have to bring that up. I was just interested to know about what y'all's thoughts are on it. That's the main reason I
No,
brought that up.
I have no problem with the race, but what thoughts about what race and what's the context?
Well, the context is that the timings that they talk about between different points in the race or the whole race in general is extremely plausible on a global map, and there's
Dude,
yeah.
a global map, where does that global map come from?
Let's just say Google Earth for an example. Sure.
Well, Google Earth is a flat map. Did you think because they showed you a giant globe in CGI when you enter or open the app of Google Earth that somehow is the actual map that they're using? No, it's a rendering. And that rendering is not of a global map.
Right. Well, it is in the sense that if you go off one side, you end up on the other side.
Holy cow. So if they give you a projection or a reification of a globe, and then they show you graphical waypoints of where these boats are going, and it goes around a CGI globe, that all of a sudden the CGI globe is reality, you think that's how it works?
No, not at all. I'm just saying it stands in testament to people who have sailed those same directions, claim
Did
the
they
same.
sail around the globe?
No, I'm not saying sail around the globe. I'm saying sail from point A to point B, whether it be from
Okay.
France to Africa or Australia to Antarctica, wherever they're sailing to. No matter if they have maps or not, the sailing time is still consistent to what it would be if you did use the map.
Sorry, are you comparing a globe projection with maybe an azimuthal equidistant projection? Did you realize that the azimuthal equidistant projection is a projection of a globe, so it would be exactly the same, since they're the same map except the scaling is different?
No, sir, I don't know what the azimuth, whatever you said, is. So,
well, what map is the flat Earth map that you're trying to compare it to?
No, I'm saying there is no flat Earth map that would compare at all that we have available in any sense on anywhere on Earth.
You're saying the times are correct. You're saying the times are correct. Do you have the distances and the times that it would take on a sailboat in the ocean?
No, I have the times and distances it took these people claiming to have sailed around Antarctica on a race.
Are the distances in miles?
Miles and kilometers, either one.
Okay, so those are both straight, flat distances. So you're going to show us a flat distance traveled?
Well, no, you get the distances from the amount of time it takes and the speed they're going. Right?
Okay, so
You're not
flat and straight then. So this is all straight and flat then.
No. What I'm saying
No,
is they
so
have
it's curved. If these distances are curved, I would need to see the curve that they are navigating over.
Okay. What I'm saying is they're not measuring distance like with a ruler. They're measuring it with their speed and time.
Yeah, I know. And that's not a great way to do it. You want to know why? Because speed and time are not going to give you distance. Especially over water or air, for that matter.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
and
so
arguably, on water, like you are right, it is not precise as it is on land. I mean, I will give you that. And that's why, like, for example, in this race, you've got over 50, 60 boats, all doing their own measurements.
Is the speed like kilometers or miles per hour?
Either one you want.
Okay, so did you know that miles and kilometers are both straight, essentially flat?
Not necessarily. They don't have to be.
Oh, really?
I mean, you mean to tell me you can't measure a zigzag? Like if you were to bike down multiple roads that turn multiple times?
That zigzag, are those straight?
Or go up like a mountain?
Up, like straight?
I mean, I don't know what you're getting at, because you're not measuring, like, if it doesn't matter if you're on a boat, on a bicycle, you're not measuring like in lengths. You're measuring in time and speed.
Yeah, speed is time over distance, right?
Right, but you can also
Yeah.
calculate
What's the
speed
distance?
with time to get distance.
What's the distance then? The actual distance
You
traveled.
calculate the distance with time.
Oh my gosh. You have to know. You can't get your speed without knowing the distance.
Right. So on a boat, there's ways of doing that.
Okay, how would you do it?
Through knots.
Are these guys hanging knots off are they tying off knots into the ropes? You know where knots come from? Because they would tie knots and put it in the ropes and they'd hang it off the side of the boat. Is that what they're doing?
No, that's how modern processes of instruments copy the measurements of what knots used to be and how they used to measure
What instruments?
them. Like, quicker way
What
to
instruments?
measure that.
What instruments?
Instruments on boats. Like, we have instruments that are on the bottom of boats that measure how much
What
water they pass.
instruments? Are those little paddles? Because I have a boat and my speedometer essentially counts how many rotations, right, that little wheel does as I'm passing over water. The problem is that there are ocean currents, right, and that little wheel that spins, it's fairly arbitrary. It's sort of assuming that the water is stationary,
Well,
and you and I both know that's not the case.
Right, and they're not using that. So let's just get off that topic, right? They're
So
using
what
GPS.
are we using then? Oh, now they're using GPS. Okay, GPS.
In the race.
Okay, in the race they're using GPS. What's
Right.
GPS?
Well, I don't want to use the GPS as an argument right here. I want to say that, like I said back, many other vessels that did not have GPSs have used this before and get the same.
What are they using?
GPS knots.
What are they using? Knots. Okay, so they're hanging ropes off the side of the boat, right?
Right.
Okay. So you know that these guys in this sailboat race are apparently hanging really long ropes off the side of their boat, miles or kilometers, and hundreds of those. No, no, they're not doing that. So what are they using again?
They're using GPS in the race.
Oh, GPS. Okay, so what's GPS?
No, what I'm saying is the same places that they have traveled have already been well documented by hundreds or thousands of vessels that have used knots.
Terrific. Terrific. So you have distances now. Are these distances over a curve?
Well, a curve is no different than a straight line.
Really? Can you draw me a curve and a straight line and tell me that they're the same?
Yes.
Okay, great. Draw me a curve and then draw me a line, and then you can go ahead and violate the law of identity by saying curve and straight is the exact same thing.
It is. I mean, you could take a string, measure it, bend the string, and it's still the same length.
Oh, so you have to bend the straight thing, and all of a sudden it's not straight. Okay, what curve are they navigating over? Can you show it to me?
I'm not saying it is a curve. I'm saying no matter if it's a straight line or a curve, you're still going to get the same measurement.
Really? So if they're both the same, then how are we going to determine which one is correct?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, now it doesn't matter. So why are you going to this diatribe about sailors in Antarctica and distances and strings and times if it does not matter?
It matters in the sense that if you have a straight line between point A and point B, and you want to argue whether that's a curve or not, versus the distance someone is actually measuring. You see what I'm saying?
Are you arguing that it's a curve, and who has measured it?
Like I said, you could measure it right now. If we put it on a sailboat, we can measure it with string.
We can't measure with string on a boat, bro. How much rope is on these sailboats? It's a race. These are small craft. I'm pretty sure they don't have a lot of room for rope.
I'm not talking about. We're off of the race now because we changed topics.
Oh, so we're not on the race. So now we're talking about strings and curvature. What curvature?
It doesn't matter if it's curvature or not. You're still going to get a measurement.
Okay, what's the measurement? Is it string?
Yes.
Okay, what string? What boat?
There's thousands of boats that we can look at that have measured distances. Thousands.
Okay, show me.
Europe to the United States.
Show me one. I love these grandiose claims. Thousands. Really? Show me one. Then silence.
No, dude, I don't have that in my pocket here. This is not the conversation I wanted to talk about. Remember,
you wanted to compare maps earlier, and you were hoping that the distances discrepancies, although you didn't know, one map and the other map are the same map, they're just different projections, and you're hoping that the straight line is actually curved, and you don't understand that distances are straight lines. They're not using a doggone fabric tape measure. You're lost in the sauce.
Measure a circle?
Of course you can measure a circle.
And then you can measure a curve.
Okay, what curve are we measuring?
It doesn't matter if it's a curve or a string.
It doesn't matter.
You're not looking to see if it's a curve or a straight line.
Actually, we are looking to see if the curve, that's the thing that we're looking for, is the measured curve, not distance, not time, curve.
No, because I'm trying to compare two maps.
Oh, we're back to maps. You said the maps didn't matter. Now you're back to the maps. What two maps are you comparing again? Are any of them maps that we've claimed?
Any flat map.
There's a lot of flat maps. Which one do you want to use?
Any of them.
Pick one.
Whichever one you want to pick, is fine with me.
This is not an example. I'm hoping that you will pick one so we know where to start.
Any of them.
Pick one. This is your example. I want you to have the advantage. Pick a map that you like the best. Which flat map? Do you want the Mercator projection? Maybe you like the azimuthal equidistant projection. Which one do you like?
Well, first of all, I did not want to bring this up into an argument. The only reason I brought up the boat race was just to get y'all's opinion on it. There was something else.
I've been asking you. Asked us about my opinion. I kind of need more information to give you an opinion about a boat race. People raced boats across the sea level. The sea level is freaking flat.
Yeah, but again, if they're measuring a distance,
are they measuring
flat or curved?
What are they measuring it? GPS or strings, knots, ropes hanging off the boat? What are they using?
Again, it doesn't matter if it's curved.
Now it doesn't matter. See, you're in a circular loop. I ask you specific questions about the claims that you're making. I get it doesn't matter. I'm not using maps. And then you go back to how they measure and then what maps we're comparing. Dude.
1952, the SS United States, you've got 1938 RMS Queen Mary held records of speeds around 30.9 knots westbound from England to New York City.
That sounds like a great time. Seems like they probably set a record. What does this have to do with anything?
Well, you said there was no boats that have ever done it.
I didn't say that there was no boats. I asked you which boat. What did they measure? Speed, time? Which one did they measure?
Distance and time, yeah, to get speed.
Okay, great. So can you verify the distance that they traveled?
Well, they claim that they went a certain amount of knots on
average. You know what's weird is I asked you to verify the distance that they traveled, and you tell me that they claimed something, and you can't verify that. So you can't verify the distance that they traveled, but you can give me what they claimed. Can they verify the distance that they've traveled?
We don't need to verify. We need to look at multiple sources.
Yeah, multiple sources. Okay, how did they get their distance, and how did they verify it?
Right. So they use knots. Okay.
They used knots. So they hung knots off the side of the boat.
Yes.
Okay, great. Show me that.
You want to show how they do it?
No, I want you to prove to me that they were hanging ropes off the side of the boat between one point and another to get their actual speed.
Brother, if that's what you're looking for, then just go do it yourself. I mean,
no, this is your claim. I'm asking you for the information that you're providing. I want to see the really long rope. How far did they go?
No. Time out. If you're
how long rope did they have?
If you're going to get into an argument about whether or not someone actually did what they did, then this is
this is not an argument. This is not an argument. I'm asking you to prove the claims that you're making, and you don't want to do it. You want to talk about maps, but distances, but not distances. GPS, but not GPS. You're kind of all over the place, bro.
No. First of all, if you want me to claim that what someone is claiming from 1938 that they actually did it, that I have video footage of it, that's not possible.
I didn't ask for video footage either. I don't know putting words in my mouth at this point. I didn't ask for video.
What proof do you want that they did it?
I want you to show me the length of rope that they hung off the side of the boat from point A to point B so that the knots are correct and the distance is correct. It's very simple.
Well, again, I wasn't born in 1938, and I don't have the exact ropes they use. You see what I'm saying? That's how.
Okay. So I'm supposed to take everything that you're telling me at face value.
No, I want you to take multiple accounts, thousands of accounts at face value.
We did. The Earth is flat. We did. 1,000 people said the Earth is flat, so now it's flat.
Yeah. I guess we can appeal to consensus like you do. We can just say a lot of people say that the Earth is flat, and so apparently that's what makes it correct.
You're going to find more people say the Earth is flat than they say it's a globe, dude.
This is the reason that I wanted to bring I wanted to talk today. Let's get
Right.
off of that topic. The second topic that I wanted to bring up. Let's move on to that, please. Anyway, so I think I've devised a test in which we can actually test whether or not the Earth is flat or round. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, we've
go
already
do that.
figured
That would be
that out.
great. And video for us too. Make sure you use like 2 cameras. That's the best way. So you
Right.
get a camera of you doing it with your camera. Then you got 2 points of view. Yeah, that'd be great. Post it in here when you're done.
I think
Right.
drop over distance would be the easiest, right? To just go ahead and see if the Earth is dropping over a distance.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
No, that's not. That's got nothing to do with it.
Well, isn't that what curvature
Well,
is?
Well, I'm not
well.
trying to find. I'm not trying to find curvature.
Oh, then never mind.
Not what the
Isn't that
test.
the thing that you were talking about? We're trying to figure out if the Earth is flat or curved.
No,
So a curved Earth would have curvature, but you're not trying to
right.
find the curvature, right?
No.
No,
This is
no.
totally. This test is testing something completely different.
So it's not curvature then. What are you testing for?
Yeah, what are we checking?
Magnetic poles is what we're testing.
Magnetic poles?
You can't do that. The magnetic mapping, we had it in here before. I doubt it's still in here, but
Oh, it's not like that.
the lines
It's
go
not,
all over the place, dude. Yeah.
I'll repost it.
They go all over the place. How you gonna call that? How you gonna follow that?
well, that's not what it's about.
Here's a Mercator
You're
projection
not
giving you
getting
the magnitude or the magnetic lines on a Mercator projection. So there you go. Already figured it out.
Okay, so what map of flat Earth would you like me to like as your source for?
There is no
disclosure?
map of flat Earth. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, all maps are flat, really.
That's true, but I'm not sure we have an accurate depiction of what the Earth actually looks like in map form.
Well, we know we don't have one of a globe because we don't have a globe to make a map of.
That's a good point.
So, the flat Earth map that's so commonly presented.
Which one is that?
I'll have to find the name of it. Let me get it for you.
I'll tell you what it is. It's an azimuthal equidistant projection. It's of a globe. It's a non-uniform scaling. That globe is actually not even a map.
Right.
It's a projection. It's
Right.
not a chart.
Projection. It's a projection of a globe that was never measured to be a globe. So they took a flat, turned it into a globe, then they flattened it out.
Right. And
So if that projection, that azimuthal equidistant projection is no good, then that means that what you're telling us is that the globe projection is no good. That polar coordinate system, the one that you see on your teacher's desk, that's called a polar coordinate system. And that is no good, apparently, if the flat Earth map, the AE projection is no good.
Right. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But from a relevance of a flat Earth, we have a north and south. On a flat Earth, would the south be pointing to away from the north at all times? Is that reasonable to say?
According to all the maps and the compasses, yeah.
And so would the north be the center of our earthly universe? Is that?
Well, I don't know about that.
You don't know about that. Got you.
Mm-mm.
Got you. And if I were to travel around the world, would I be going in a circle, like turning, or would I be going in a straight line?
Well, you kind of answered your own question. If you say around, round is, curved, circular.
Yeah, and then so like
you realize circles exist on flat surfaces, right? They're a 2D shape.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
I
you
showed
can
him
go.
how you can go. I showed him how you can go roundy round.
Yeah. So round is circle. Circles are 2D. It's flat.
Yeah. Well, the reason I bring this up is because the equator on a globe is a straight line. Like if you were to walk around a globe, I'm not saying the Earth. I'm just saying a globe, right? If you were to walk around the equator, you would be walking in a straight line.
No,
But
it's a circle.
Yes, but you're walking straight.
No,
You're not
it's a
turning.
circle. No, you are turning. It's a circle
No, 'cause
around
you're
north.
walking on the you're walking on the outside edge of the circle.
Yeah, I know.
You mean
So
you're
that
not turning
outside
left
edge
or
is a
right?
curve.
You're not turning left or right. You're walking straight.
So it's not a
circle,
straight
dude.
line. It's still curved.
Right, right. But as you orient yourself around that circle, you're not deviating from a straight direction.
There it is.
So
And so now he's
who did
orienting.
this?
Hold on, T-Dub. He's orienting himself on a projection. So now he is standing sideways, hanging half off a ball, and he's walking straight in a circle around north on a projection of a ball. So I'm sorry, friend, your imagination will help you here. You're going to have to prove that you're hanging off the side of a ball in the first instance.
No, I'm saying that if I was, I would be walking in a straight line. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're
No, not
not.
on a
That's the
ball.
key
You'd be
thing.
walking in a curved line.
It's
No,
still
no,
a curve.
I'm saying I'm not turning my direction. I'm always
Yes, you
continuing the
are.
same.
Yes, you are. In the
Yeah, you
y-axis, you are changing orientation.
Yeah,
Right,
Y
but
is
in the
changing. Yeah,
x-axis, the x is
yeah,
not.
X. Yeah, X.
Or X.
So let's see. Yeah. So Y, just Y, X and Y, X, left, right, Y, forward, back. So forward, back. Yep, you're changing your direction. So not a straight line.
Okay. Okay, so then in the z-axis, then I'm not changing direction. There's 3 axes in a globe.
Yeah. So as long as you're changing one of them, that's it. You're not walking in a straight line.
Right, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is that there is an axis where it is not moving direction.
One of them, yeah, but the other one is.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
So
so it's still a
on a globe,
circle.
This
there's 2
is so
axes.
hypothetical though. It's like if
No,
the
it's
Earth
not. It's
was a
not
ball, and
hypothetical.
if
No,
it
no,
had
no,
an
no, no, no.
equator, and if I walked along that
No,
equator,
no, no,
like
no, no.
if
No, no, no. If you take a
It is a
basketball,
ball.
if you take a basketball and put a ring around it, and then you were to have a ball rolling around that ring, and you were to look at it, right, where you only saw one line, right, around the ball, that ball would never deviate from that axis. You see what I'm saying?
What? That doesn't make any
A ring
sense. Can you
around
try
the
it
ball,
again?
and it was rolling
Like
around inside the ring.
right.
Yeah, you
So
would have two arcs
if
touching
you
each
put a
other at one point at all times.
ring
yeah,
a globy.
exactly. So if you put a ring around a
And
basketball,
we don't have that.
yes, we can.
Is that
Have
ring
it.
a circle? A ring is basically a circle.
Yes.
Okay.
So right.
So not straight then.
No, not. There's no straights on a globe.
It's straight on one axis. It's not on 2 axes.
Nope.
Yes.
No.
No.
There's no way you're not gonna turn a circle into a straight thing. Sorry, dude.
Hey, quick
Brother, what?
question is
Do you
when
not
in
know how
history has it
3
ever
axes?
been alleged by those who believe that they circumnavigate on a ball that they went directly one direction or the other, east, west, north, or south, and never deviated from that?
No, what I'm
So I'm
saying
just
is
curious
if
when
you
that's
were
ever
to
happened in the
have
course of
a
history,
ring
supposedly.
around a basketball, that ring is never going to deviate from one axis.
Yeah, it'll always be curving. Right, it's a big circle. Like you
Yeah,
said, ring.
on 2 axes. Yeah, a
Great. So
globe
it's
has
still a
2 axes.
circle? Yeah, 2D. Yeah, 2D. Yeah, circle. Good job.
No, that's 3D. It's 3D, not 2D.
Sorry, circles are 2D. You
No,
said
the
ring.
globe. A globe. We're putting
Oh
a
yeah,
ring.
globe is
Right.
3D, but the course that you're actually going
Right.
on, that
So
ring,
the
that's
circle.
2D.
Yeah,
Right.
you can only make
That's
a
because one
point.
axis.
You can only touch at one point, and that would create a ring.
That's because one axis is constant. That's the difference between a
Oh
circle and a
my
globe.
gosh. So are we on a globe or are we on a ring? Which one?
A globe.
Okay, can you show me the Earth curve measurements so we can verify?
I don't. Listen. We're getting off the wrong topic. I think
Yeah,
you're
we're getting
missing
off
the
on the
point
wrong
of why
topic.
we're
Let's
doing
stay
this.
on the hypotheticals where we're going to argue about whether it's a ring or a globe. No, why don't you
This
show me
wasn't going
the
to be
measurements of the Earth curve?
This wasn't going to be the experiment putting hula hoops around basketballs, was it?
No.
No.
Oh, good.
We should probably not play the hypothetical game and just see if the Earth is curving at any point. Do you have any measurements of Earth curve?
No, what I'm saying is a circle is literally a globe without an axis.
Yeah. Don't worry, buddy. I don't really actually want to argue with you about circles. I just want you to show me the Earth curve measurements, and then we can stop talking about the hypotheticals.
This is not hypothetical.
Oh, so the Earth is a globe. Great. Show me the Earth curve measurements.
A circle is a globe without an
We're not
axis.
arguing about circles. You said this is not hypothetical. Apparently, in reality, we are on a curved surface. I need the measurements.
Okay, so the test that I would want you or want me or anyone to do, right, would be to imagine Earth is a basketball.
I'm not going to imagine anything. I want the Earth curve measurements. The weird thing is whenever we ask for this, you guys never answer. You avoid it. You dodge it. You say we want to imagine. How come we have to imagine the Earth is curved when you could just go ahead and show me the measurements of the curve itself?
Okay, so again, the test is...
Bro, stop it. You are not going to get away from this point. I will hammer you with Earth curve until you either quit or I have to mute you. So, do you have measurements of Earth curve instead of going ahead and doing things backwards and hypotheticals? I don't give a shit. I want the Earth curve measurements. Your hypotheticals and your navigation and your GPS and your maps, it's all failing. I want Earth curve measurements.
This has got nothing to do with it.
Okay, so we're not talking about the Earth then. We're just going to live in an imaginary land. Is that right?
No, we are talking about the Earth.
No. Okay, so is the Earth curving?
It's 8 inches per mile.
No, that's not it. That would be an actual ramp or a slope or a straight edge, like the hypotenuse of a triangle. You're looking for 8 inches per mile squared. That would be a curve.
Mm.
Is there any measurements of the Earth curving?
I'm sure there is,
Great, show them to me. You're sure of it. That means you are assured. You know it for a fact. Get them for me.
That's not what I'm here to prove.
I posted a live video of a satellite going around the Earth.
What are you here to prove then?
So what axis is that satellite not traveling on?
What are you here to prove?
Anyway,
Anyways, just ignore the question. What are you here to prove? You're not here to prove what? You are here to prove something. What is it?
Right. So you see that thing that Professor Triangle posted?
No, I don't see it. What are you here to prove?
It is like 2 or 3 things up.
I don't give a shit. What are you here to prove?
You see that compass that the man's holding?
Bro, what are you here to prove?
I'm trying to show you.
Okay, so you want to talk about compasses going around the North Pole again, magnetic north.
Right, but do you see how he is allowing the compass to rotate as the north and south rotate?
That's how you navigate.
Right, on a flat Earth that would be the case.
No, on a globe, to go west, you would be turning, just like that compass turns. You should know that. That's a flattened globe.
Not on the equator.
Yeah, it's a circle. Remember?
Dude.
On the equator, the center of the...
okay, so whoever did it. Who did it?
Dude, he is almost on the equator. In fact, he is on the equator almost, isn't he? Yeah, on one part, he's on the equator. Look, he goes around following east or west. You're turning the compass.
You're not listening at all. You're just talking over me.
No, I'm not listening because I'm telling you, look at it again. He's moving around on the equator.
Right, he's rotating the outside of the compass.
Just like if it was in your boat.
No.
Allow me to ask you guys something. I'm drunk as a fucking skunk. Should I take a screwdriver, undo all...
In the real world, if you were to walk along the equator for, let's just say, a mile, 10 miles, 100 miles, the center the actual north-south pointy thing would be rotating, but the plastic part that you hold in your hand would not rotate with it.
Sorry, friend. The equator's in the sky. Did you know that?
Okay. Again, if you were to walk around what they
Yeah,
quote
bro.
unquote
I'm
call the
sick of you
equator.
ignoring me. Equator is in the sky.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay,
Whatever you
great.
want
So
to
how
do.
are we going to walk along something that's in the sky,
You have no
please?
proof of that. Where's your proof of this in the
How
sky?
does this make the Earth a ball?
Yeah.
The proof is that you use stars to create the equator.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. If in Earth today, if you were to walk along the equator,
you can't. The equator's in the sky.
What?
That's absurd.
Yeah, this is the other thing that you guys don't actually realize is that the equator is part of the celestial sphere. It's actually not on the ground. But
Yeah,
because
you
you guys
use
are so
Polaris for
indoctrinated and
that.
retarded.
It's both.
Yeah.
It's both.
You use the lack of Polaris for that.
It's both on the ground and in the sky.
Okay, show it to me on the ground, please.
It's not a physical line.
It's not a physical line. So what is the equator then?
Oh, it's a ground position of something straight above it, isn't it?
It's halfway between north and south.
It's a plane.
Let me guess. Is it imaginary?
If you were to take a ruler and stretch
Is it
it out to the North
imaginary?
Pole
Is it
and
an
the South
imaginary
Pole,
line?
Yes.
I want
Not
an answer to my
imaginary.
question.
Not imaginary in the sense that you
Is
could go
it
there.
an imaginary line?
It's not imaginary in the sense that you could go there, but it's not drawn in the dirt.
So it's not.
so it's
it would
imaginary.
never be defined as an imaginary line ever anywhere by
Anyway,
academia
again,
ever
the point
anywhere.
is, if you were to go
Really?
to what they call the
Really?
equator,
You gonna stand by that, bro?
It depends what they mean by imaginary, really. I'm willing to believe that.
It depends what they mean by imaginary.
Well, it
Not
does.
real?
Oh wow.
Only existing in the imagination?
Well, so if they mean it's imaginary in the sense that it's not marked anywhere on the Earth, then yeah, it's imaginary.
So not actual. So only conceptual. So imaginary. Yeah.
I mean, it's as real as if I pick 2 points in my room and I say there's a straight line that connects them. Is that line imaginary?
Exactly. It's imaginary. It's conceptual. Thank you. Good
Well,
job.
Sure.
I mean, yeah,
we
no,
know,
yeah. I
we
mean,
know that
fair
it's
enough.
imaginary. He admitted to that. Anyway,
They said, yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, no.
Yes, it depends
because
on what you
it's a
mean by imaginary.
distance, it's a measurement. That's what the equator is.
Oh, now it's a measurement. Oh, what is it a measurement of?
Yeah, what's it a measurement
The
of, dude?
distance between poles.
Oh.
No.
And
What do you mean?
Nope.
Yeah,
how do you know?
No,
How do you know when you? How do you know when you're
How
at
do
the
you get? How
equator?
do you do it? How do you
That's
do
the
it?
claim.
How do you
That's the
find the
claim.
pole?
That's the claim, though.
How
But
do you
that
find the
doesn't matter.
pole? How do you find? Oh, you don't know how to find the pole? Okay.
Or the equator? How do you know when you're at the equator?
Use a map.
No, you've got no map.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
How do you know? How do you know you're at the equator? You don't have
irrelevant.
GPS. You don't have a phone. You don't have a map. You don't have anything. How do you know when you're at the equator?
If you don't have any of those things, how the fuck would you know you were anywhere?
Wow, that's easy
Oh, so
to
you
do
don't
though,
understand
without
how?
any of those
See, he
things.
doesn't. He
All
doesn't
you
get
need
it.
is
He did not listen.
all you need is one night of clear sky.
Oh, so you can use the stars.
Why?
He's getting it.
Okay, so I mean, I imagine that if you're on the equator, there's a certain constellation that's above head at midnight or something like that. And you can
Nope. That's not what it is, bro. You're so lost in the sauce. It's pathetic.
It doesn't matter how you find the equator. The point is, if
Now
you
it
walk
doesn't
on the
matter.
equator, it never did.
Now it doesn't matter. How would you find the equator then if it doesn't matter? Why would you need to?
Actually,
Why
it
do you
does
have
matter
it?
how you find the equator.
Okay. Anyway, so the point is,
Oh, I
if you
suppose
were to
what you
walk
can do.
The point is how are you going to prove?
Anyway,
How are you going to prove that the equator is a great circle of a sphere?
If you were to walk along the equator, what they call the equator,
if
who cares if it's a
give it
real thing or not?
Okay, so how's this
Walk
proving that the
along.
Earth's a sphere?
Because
Let him
if
answer
you
your question,
walk,
man.
because
No,
if
don't
you
say
walk,
if. Don't say if. Say because someone did.
Okay, because when you walk along,
Who did it? Who did it? Who did it? Who
I'll do
did
it
it?
today. I'll do it tomorrow.
Go
Anyone
and
can do it.
go do it and come back.
It's the
Let
test.
us know how it went.
Document it for us, would you?
Right. I'm saying when you walk along the equator for however many miles you want to walk, the center of your compass will turn, but you or the outside of your compass will not. And if you look at this guy, Professor Triangle posted in a circular map.
You don't want to follow a certain direction. You're either following directions or you're going to look at your compass spin, one or the other.
No, I'm saying you walk straight along the equator.
We can't do that.
So you're going east or west? Which way are you going?
Yeah. Either way, the compass will spin and you will not.
Okay, just show us. I think let's just show us that.
Hang on a sec, because now he's using a compass. He's using a compass, and the equator isn't determined by magnetic.
Mr. Australian, this one's for you anyway.
Yeah. All right.
So he's going to walk directly on the equator. Which way is it going to spin? Is it going to follow the South Pole or is it going to follow the North Pole?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah. I'm asking you that.
Oh, it's going to follow both.
Whoa.
Okay. Well, but bro, you've got to understand that your compass reading isn't going to align with the celestial equator. There's geographic north and there's magnetic north, and you're going to be using magnetic north with your compass. That's not going to align with the equator, bro. You're going to go off course.
They're very.
You're going to go. No, they're not. They're going to go off course.
That's what I'm saying. If you were to walk in a straight line along the equator, the compass will change.
How do you know you're going to be walking in a straight line? How do you know you'll be walking in a straight line?
Brother, because you don't turn. You go straight.
Yeah, how do you know over several miles? How do you account for the error margin that you could have accidentally made? A tiny little error. Tiny little error at the start can lead to a significant error at the end.
Sure, with the laser.
You're going to use a laser. You're going to follow the path of a laser across the equator.
For however many miles it takes.
You're dreaming. Nobody has ever done any of this shit you're talking about.
That's why I said this is a new test.
Oh
what I started the conversation off with. If you were to follow the equator in a straight line, let's use I'm need help here. How can we do this? I'm willing to put in the money.
You had the test. Go ahead. You're the ones who came up with it. You said you have the test.
No.
You want to go do it.
I need validity from people who are flat earthers to help me devise this to where
a flat earther. You are a flat earther.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is if I want to change people's minds, I can't do it in my way.
You need to do your own mind first.
That's stupid. That's why no one can. That's why no one can win you over in an argument, because they're doing it in their way and not your way.
Arguments are not about winning people over. It's about presenting evidence for your claims. Right. So how would you find the equator while you're on the Earth? Just tell me how you would find the equator while you're on.
Okay, so this guy right here named T-Dub, he said it's impossible to walk in a straight line, and I just proved him otherwise.
No, you didn't prove anything. You made a claim. We have yet to have the proof.
No. You guys made a claim that a laser is shooting across 21 miles in a straight line.
Yeah, we demonstrated it.
That definitely.
Okay, and he said that's not possible.
No, it is possible. Not on a ball, though.
You just said it wasn't.
It's not
no,
possible.
I never said that, bro.
You said it was not possible.
I never said it was impossible.
In a straight line.
Yeah, on a ball, it's not possible, dude.
Yes, you did, because I said I was going to do it.
Dude, on a ball, it's not possible.
Please don't take people's words out of context. It's not going to earn you anything here. So, yeah, the laser, not going to work on a ball, right? Now we've clarified that. Continue.
Okay, so my plan is to walk in a straight line for as many miles it takes to make the compass change. Right, and then T-Dub said that's impossible. I couldn't walk in a straight line that far. So,
oh my gosh,
I'm going to use a laser. So we'll use a laser.
It turns out on a globe, you will never be walking in a straight line.
How many people are you taking, and how many days are you going to do this over?
That's what I need your guys' help with.
I don't want to do that. I got to work, dude. I have things to do.
No. I don't.
Yes.
No, you're taking stuff.
Yes, I do. Have things to do, actually.
Brother, this is your apparently hypothetical thought experiment. I
got
think you should just get to
140
cracking.
robots going in. I have plenty to do.
Yeah, get to cracking. This is your experiment, non-experiment, whatever. I would suggest you go ahead and start walking in that straight line. Just make sure that you measure along all, making sure that you're going in a straight path.
Listen, I would appreciate it if you guys would quit talking over me. I never asked you to come help me. I asked you to help me devise a plan, like, for example, bring more people. Okay, I'm not asking you to actually do that.
Sorry.
All right, hold on. I want to help him real quick. All right, here's the plan. Get more people.
Yeah, gather as many as you can.
He needs to talk with percentage.
Yeah.
Why percentage wants to go do stuff?
Yeah, this is very similar to what percentage has proposed, yeah.
Oh, force the line?
No, doing a straight line path from the equator.
Well, you still need like how many people? 6? At minimum? And 2 to 3 lasers? And
I don't understand.
theodolites?
Yeah, that would be the thing, because you would need to prove that the only part of the axis that is curving would be the vertical axis, right? So yeah, sure, straight line, quote unquote, you're going in one direction, but your vertical axis would have to be constantly changing. If you can prove that by whatever means, I think you should do this, and you can get as many people as you. So go for it. I mean, I don't know why you're here. You should do this. This would be great for you, and get that Nobel Prize.
Well, you get a lot of YouTube views.
So the vertical axis is going to be the thing that you're measuring, changing over that axis. But you're going to have a hard time finding the vertical axis on a sphere, because there is no vertical axis on a sphere.
Y'all can read the chat, because this guy's professor's talking over me. So.
Oh, don't get your feelings all hurt and everything.
I'm not gonna be screamed at about something I never said. So.
Screamed at? Who screamed at you?
Professor.
He didn't scream at you.
He did. He said he started screaming, "I've got stuff to do." I never.
Yeah, he's got. That wasn't screaming. Do you know what screaming means?
I can't go walk lines, and I can't donate equipment or money or anything. I can tell you, I'll get you a parts list. How's that? I'll help you out with that.
Asked you to. I just
I'll help you out with that, so you can. I'll help you get your idea going.
That's all I asked for.
There you go.
It's that simple. You don't have to talk over me, and just let me finish my point.
Start a GoFundMe.
Anyway,
you'll have to excuse Mr. Professor Triangle, because this is his normal voice. It's not screaming. If maybe you just fragile and you can't handle people that speak loud because their microphone or their room, whatever.
Right.
I mean, it's not screaming.
No, it's just he's
get Matrix in here. Get him in there.
Yeah.
He's just answering something I did not ask.
Right? You said you want to go in a straight line.
Probably exhausting how ridiculous it is.
Yeah, I'd have liked to have been done with this conversation a long time ago, because it really won't.
I couldn't go in a straight line.
The point is that if you were to walk on the globe projection that we were talking about earlier on the equator, not only
it'd be a big circle.
Right. So the compass would spin, but also you would spin with it, because you would be turning.
On a globe projection?
No, on the kind of like flat circle map that we have. But as for a globe, if you were to walk on the equator, you and the outside of the plastic compass would differ from the arrow inside the compass. If you were to walk
Well,
in
it
a
wouldn't
straight
work
line.
on a globe anyways because you have to hold a compass
saying
flat. If
on
you're
a
hanging off the side of a ball, it won't work.
I'm saying is on a globe project. If you're actually on a globe, if we're actually on a globe, the compass
The compass
and
wouldn't
you.
work. You have to
Anyway,
hold compasses horizontal. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're hanging off the side of a ball, compass won't work.
That's absurd. No matter way, it doesn't matter.
Really? I'll tell you what. So right now, if you had a compass, you'd be holding it to make it work, right? Turn it 90 degrees and see if it still works. Meaning now the compass is going to be in a vertical orientation. Tell me how well the compass works in a vertical orientation.
Well, then you have gravity affecting the side of the compass differently than.
Oh, sorry, there's no gravity. Gravity doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, I need proof of that.
Well, I can't show you the lack of something. I had this conversation with somebody earlier. Positive claim is gravity does exist. You would have to show it to me. I can't show you non-existence of anything. That would be a fallacy. So show me gravity and what it is and its existence, please.
But you can prove the equator's in the air?
No, that's just the claim about the equator. It's a celestial sphere. It's actually in the sky. You guys should really research more.
Can you direct me to where you're researching so I can find the information?
Yeah, any celestial navigation manual. They're, a few hundred pages big, but I'm sure you'll find it.
I don't think so. I don't know what that's kind of a
Okay.
vague term.
You
Celestial
don't think
manual.
You don't think we have a force on Earth that's pulling us to the ground? Is that what
Well,
you're
you'd have
saying?
to show it to me to prove it.
Well, Michio Kaku
Actually-
doesn't think there's one. He said there's no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, theoretical physicists don't even think that there's a force pulling on you.
So I agree with him. Yeah, I don't think so. There's nothing pulling me down. In fact, I feel good. Nothing's bringing me down.
So why do we have wrinkles?
Because you're
What in the
sad and you
hell?
worry about shit.
It's kind of like what everybody does here too.
No, we don't have to worry about it. No meteor's going to hit my house, dude.
Global conspiracy.
Nope,
Fearful
I'm not
ass.
going to Mars. The planet's not going to blow up. Sun's not going to blow up. Moon's not going
They're
to
lying
crash
to
into the
us.
planet.
They're lying to us.
You're still mad?
Still mad.
Who's
So I guess
lying
this
to this guy anyway? Who's lying to this guy anyway? Is he just watching entertainment on TV and thinks that's real?
Sounds like it.
And somehow that's our fault. Do you guys hear how this sounds? You guys watch shit on TV and social media and then come here and yell at us because you believe them. That's not our fault.
Yeah. Apparently somebody told them that gravity, whatever the hell that is, causes wrinkles. What is gravity?
Wrinkles? Stop worrying about gravity and you won't get wrinkles.
So how do you explain wrinkles? How do you explain stuff falling?
Nobody's here making any claims about wrinkles. You need to show us what gravity, just give us the definition of gravity and then show it to us. Is gravity, is it an independent variable in any experiment ever?
Independent.
Independent variable.
I'll help both of you guys out. No, it's not.
Oh, damn.
A variable would be the thing that you're manipulating within a scientific
that's
experiment
impossible
setup
because-
in
All
order
right,
to
so-
establish that it does or doesn't cause a natural phenomenon.
Well, you can't distinguish gravity from friction. So
Friction?
I guess,
Holy cow!
I guess you could in a vacuum, though.
Holy
What?
cow! What?
I guess you could in a vacuum, but
So what's
All right.
friction?
So
I
you want to
don't think
talk
he knows
about
what friction
vacuums?
is.
Yeah, he wants to talk about vacuums now.
well, anything that moves has friction.
All right. So, what do you know about vacuum chambers?
I love me a good vacuum chamber.
I guess nothing then.
Well, the hard part is to assume that there is nothing in a vacuum chamber, right?
No.
Oh my god, Professor Triangle, you use Home Assistant? Dude, I've never seen another person that uses Home Assistant.
I design industrial automation systems.
Whoa. Is your home
scares
set
the
up with
flat.
Home Assistant?
I run a couple of different things.
Wow. Crazy.
Which is kind of scary.
Why?
So
Because he's a flat earther?
well, if gravity doesn't exist, how do you
Absolutely.
explain
How
what
do I
gravity
explain
is?
computers?
No, gravity.
If
Like, what's
gravity
your
doesn't exist, how do I explain gravity?
Holy
Dart,
cow!
dart, 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 dart.
How
Oh
does
my
concrete settle
gosh!
on a foundation? How does concrete settle on a foundation without gravity?
I tell you what, there's a great experiment. Do you think that you could put gravity in an experiment and show it is causing concrete to settle?
Well, no, LeBron James causes the concrete to settle. That's why his legacy is so great.
Actually, yeah, I
So
support
one
that
went down.
theory. That's a pretty good
One
theory.
one guy went
We
down.
should make
Who
we
is
should
that?
make our own movement. We should make our own movement.
Mute that guy, and then we can move on. There you go.
What do you mean by what is concrete settling?
I don't know.
Well, somebody brought up the fact that gravity causes concrete to settle. So I want to see the experiment.
The concrete settles. It's like colonialism. Like they
No, I
just
mean
settle and take
I
over.
get what you're saying, but what is causing it then?
No, I need you to go ahead and show me the experiment where you use gravity as the independent variable causing the concrete to settle. You're asking me the question. I don't know the answer. You say maybe it's gravity. Show it to me in experiment.
You'll have to identify and isolate it
It's
first.
not gravity. I'm saying it's not gravity. Let's figure out what it is then.
Why?
How do you propose we do that?
Because what's gravity?
No, you're the one that came up with gravity. You're the one. You're asking me. You're asking me what's your imagination mean? I don't know, dude. What your imagination means?
It's your imagination, right?
Oh, I don't
We're in
imagine
the
that.
same boat. We don't know
No,
what
I
gravity
don't
is.
imagine
Gravity doesn't
things.
exist.
I don't imagine things like you do.
Okay, well, I don't believe gravity exists. So I'm trying to figure out.
Terrific. Why'd you bring it up then?
No, you're almost there now.
I'm trying to figure
So
out how
far,
I'm
your
gonna.
Earth is flat. You don't think gravity exists anymore. You're just rolling right along. What's next, guys?
I just want to
Oh,
figure
no movement, and we're contained. Air pressure. Yeah, you're done. That's it. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy. All you need is 2 out of the 3.
It's strange that you would bring gravity up if you don't believe in it. You don't know what it is?
Oh, that is weird.
No,
What's gravity? I don't believe in it.
If I don't know what gravity is, I'm just trying to figure out what the effects are that are happening, right? And like what's causing it.
This is just an echo chamber.
No. Echo chamber guy finally got frustrated, so I'll just help him out.
Is it an eco chamber or an echo chamber? I thought he meant eco like we're green. No, we're not. We don't give a shit about that either.
So you guys are not interested in the phenomenon of the fact we're not flying around?
Why would we be flying around?
What? Why would you be flying around?
Well, why do you jump?
Wait, do you think something not happening is a phenomenon?
No, I think me jumping I should just keep moving.
Hey, you guys want to hear something crazy? Check this out. I don't even know if I can say it without laughing my face off. Check this out. I can't even do it. Who's spazzing out?
Eco chamber guy, I think.
This is great.
So
you guys have
guys
been
don't.
good all day.
You guys don't have maps. You guys don't have explanations for anything. You guys
Hey,
can't
Dak,
give me any evidence.
what's bringing you
We're
down,
not
Dak?
proposing
Dak,
any, bro.
Dak, what's bringing you down?
Yeah, you're claiming that the Earth is not a globe.
Then that makes you sad?
Yeah. Did you ask us why?
Yes.
And what did we say?
What did we
said
say?
we don't know.
No, I did not say I don't know why it's not a globe.
you,
You
not
don't
you,
know.
not you, doctor. Not
It
you,
sounds
doctor.
like we told you,
Yeah,
and
you
what
guys
you
haven't
heard
answered
was
a single
Not you,
question.
professor. Not you, professor.
we answered him, and he heard, and then we asked, "So did you hear it?" No, I don't know what you said.
For the Earth to be a globe or a sphere, it would have to have curvature. Well, there is none.
Right, but the claim is that we cannot see the curvature.
Oh, okay, so you can't see it, therefore not there. So not a ball. I mean, that makes sense.
You have to spend an immense amount of money to be able to see the curvature.
Oh, how would you do it then? How much? What's the money for? Tell me how you would do it.
To go out of the atmosphere.
The atmosphere.
Further than that.
Atmosphere is air, sphere-shaped air. Is air like a sphere?
So, I mean, I would suggest that we all just band together, get enough money to do it, and then bam, it's done.
Do what? Go outside the atmosphere? How far away is the atmosphere?
Way further than the atmosphere.
How far?
Like these pictures you guys keep posting of Earth from space. That far. Let's go that far. I mean, if these videos
What
are fake,
pictures of Earth from space?
You guys, a professor has posted like 30 of them.
Where? I don't see any pictures of Earth from space.
They're in the chat.
Give me the timestamp. Give me the timestamp.
8:30 p.m.
8:30. That's not a picture of the Earth from space. What in the heck are you talking about?
No, that's the claim, right?
No, that's just that's a GIF where the horizon goes from concave to convex. At what point is the Earth accurately depicted in that GIF?
That's not what we're arguing here. Don't change the subject.
It's not. So why did you bring it up?
Because you asked for a certain height, and I said, let's go to that height.
Well, I don't know what that height is. It's not documented in there. But if it's going to be a height, that would be above a flat Earth, because you can't have height on a ball.
That's absurd. So there's no distance away from a basketball?
No, distance away from a ball is a thing. Height is in reference to a horizontal. So you can't have height on a ball.
Yeah, you can.
Okay,
Gosh,
show it to me.
I walk away for 1 second, and now he thinks you can make
It's called diameter.
No, well, so what diameter did you jump today?
Well, for example, you're assuming that the Earth is a ball, which it's not.
No,
right?
you just assumed that. Yes, we have to change all of our measurements now because the Empire State Building is now a certain diameter.
All right, you guys. See you guys. I'm gonna go to bed. Talk to you guys later.
Good night.
If your height is going to be a measurement of distance from the center of the sphere, and you don't know it's a sphere yet, then how are you going to know how high you are?
I just switched over to my computer and he left. Well, he didn't like the diameter of the Empire State Building.
Nope. That one really bothered him.
Well, what the fuck? That's what he said it was. That's a diameter.
Yeah, they think that distance away from the surface of a circle or a sphere is apparently height. Silly.
Well, it would have to be distance away from the center, wouldn't it? Because you'd have to know how.
Yeah. Well, couldn't it be both? Because if you have an established limit or radius, and then you give an additional distance from that surface, that would be distance from surface, right?
Right. How are you going to know how far away from the surface you are?
I guess you could measure from surface to that distance, but I doubt. Like, let's say I did live on a circle, or let's say a sphere, and I jumped up a foot. Well, it'd be a foot away or out from the outer edge of the sphere. But it would never be up. It would never be altitude. It would never be height.
I jumped.
Not without,
I jumped 1 meter today. Diameter above zero. Above. Let's see. How would you do that?
Actually, you guys are right, because you wouldn't have truly a distance. It would have to still be from a point, which would be the center of the actual sphere.
Yeah, you have to jump a diameter.
Yep.
I mean, you'd have to call the edge of the ball datum and call it 0, and then when you dig a hole, you go minus from there. Otherwise, you have to start from the center out, one or the other. But then you have to make sure the whole ball is that same surface. So you have to work from the center out, then you don't have to worry about that.
Yep. You would never really know what was directly away from the surface of the sphere. It would almost be impossible to know. Right?
You what?
You've got an echo, so it's driving me crazy. But anyway.
Yeah.
So let's say you're on the outer edge of a sphere, and you think you're jumping directly away from it, but you really have no way of knowing that, because you'd have to measure from the center. Am I right?
Unless you follow Plum.
And that would reference the center.
Is this any better?
Right.
Yeah, that's better.
You guys could have told me it was doing that.
It didn't do it for that long. But that's the thing. See, Plum isn't Plum still vertical, or is Plum? Can you use Plum on like a sphere, straight towards the center?
Well, you know exactly where the center is at. You can't say that Plum means it's pointing at the center. and you're telling me the center is like 1 inch wide.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know if you're on a sphere yet. This is the thing you're trying to find out. So, that's what I
I know
said
how
before.
you can
Like,
tell. I know how you can tell if you're on a sphere. Then you can hang a plumb bob like from your car and drive in a perfectly straight line. And if it just keeps hanging straight down, you know you're pointing right at the center of Earth, and that you're going around the ball. It's always pointing straight down. See? And Glover's going to run with that one.
Okay, so plumb is always going to be vertical because the first definition is depth. I plumbed the depth and found the bottom of the shelf to be 7 meters down. 2 is in relation to it's upright, so that's vertical. So plumb is actually never ever defined as pointing to the center of a sphere, ever.
If it's said down, that means horizontal.
Exactly. So even when Matthew Learns comes in here and talks about plumb, he's still talking about horizontal and vertical.
Maybe you need to clip that because I went over that with him quite a few times, and he says, Well,
he's just arguing against the correct definition at that point, which doesn't surprise me.
what if you used the weight on the end of your plumb line, right? What if you used a gyroscope as your weight?
Is it spinning where the flywheel? I want to call it a flywheel. What's that thing called? You've got your gimbal. Is it the gimbal?
It's first it's perfectly level and spinning.
Okay, so if you're hanging that on the edge of a string, but it's spinning laterally, right, or horizontally.
Yep. Then you travel a distance.
Well, that's what an airplane's doing, right?
Yeah. Right.
So your
basically,
artificial horizon.
The concept we're looking for here is if you put a gyroscope on a plane and then you go halfway around the Earth, it should flip 180 degrees, right? So
Right,
if
it
that
never does
doesn't
that.
happen, it's clear evidence that we're on a flat
I put it
station.
in the I put it in the chat for you.
And I don't know why nobody's done this experiment. It wouldn't take much. It would take a 5,000 mile or a 5,000 kilometer flight, and then you'd have to get halfway off an ocean, maybe. And then if that gyroscope doesn't flip, clearly it's flat.
Well, they do this every day. Every time they fly, they have an artificial horizon, which is giving them the orientation of the plane. It stays the same. Once you leave the tarmac, it's holding that position. So if you go from one coast to the next coast and the horizon's the same, flat Earth proven.
Yeah, I agree. Because up north of Pond Inlet, the chief warrant officer was telling me that they didn't travel by compass, they traveled by gyro. And if they had to travel those great distances by gyro, it would be kind of hard if the Earth was round and it caused the gyro to spin and flip and flop. That wouldn't really make sense.
I know that some people are arguing because of pendulous veins and all this other that the gyro isn't necessarily a good proof. Although, to me, if those pendulous veins are orienting the gyro to down, well, that's still vertical, and you're still flying horizontally. At no point could you ever calibrate anything to point at the center of a presupposed sphere. You just can't. Down is down, up is up, horizontal is horizontal. Welcome, BX. Been here before?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Anybody there?
Yo, what's up, dude?
Yo, what's up?
Nothing much, man. Chilling. How are you?
I'm alright.
Nice, nice. Welcome back.
Thank you.
So, what's the topic of the discussion for tonight?
Are you familiar with celestial navigation?
Bro, I am so sorry. I missed everything you just said. Can you repeat that one more time?
Are you familiar with celestial navigation?
Kind of. What about it?
Well, if you're just kind of familiar, I don't think you'll have an answer to my question, so never mind.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, were you trying to use it to measure a ball, or?
I just have a question.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, you can ask it. I'm sure somebody on the panel will have an answer for you.
Sure. Right, so when we're doing a celestial navigation fix, we have to plot lines of position. One of the things we have to compute to do that is to estimate the height of the star in the sky based on an assumed position. The formula for that is exactly the same formula used to get the distance between 2 points on a sphere. So that's my question. Why would that be the case if the Earth is not a sphere?
So, what do you mean by estimate a star's position? Wouldn't that just be line of sight? You can take that star as apparent position and zenith.
Yeah, you have to compare the measurement of how high the star is to the computed value, so you can fix your location.
You mean like the star's actual position or its apparent position?
You correct for the after you correct for refraction, you have the what's called the observed position. That's after you remove refraction from your measurements. That's the one you use.
So you're going to use an observed.
How do you know which
position?
refraction you're removing?
Celestial refraction.
Which is what?
What do you mean, just what? It's the refraction that happened with the celestial bodies.
How do you correct for that?
With the table in the almanac for celestial refraction. The refraction
Wait, I'm
correction.
confused. You said that you're not going. You said you're not going to use the refracted position. You're going to use the observed position.
Yes.
Yeah, so that would just be line of sight.
No, the line of
That's not. You would be accounting for curves then, right?
Well, the line of sight, like if by line of sight you're just saying like looking at it, that's the apparent position. After you correct for the effects of the atmosphere, then you have what's called the observed position. That's not the apparent one. That's the one after.
Yeah, but you just said you're not going to use the apparent. You're just going to use the observed.
Yes,
is that what you just
that's
said?
Right.
Okay, so then if you're just looking at something, then where are you accounting for curvature?
I'm not talking about accounting for curvature.
Well,
you don't have to
you
account
said it
for
earlier. You said that it was
take
going to.
measurement.
You said, well, no, at the very beginning, you said that you're going to be using the same formula of curvature. You're using the
I
observed
didn't say
position of the
curvature.
star.
Yeah, I didn't say
You said that
curvature.
the formula matches, right?
I said what?
Did you say the formula matches?
I said the formula used to compute the altitude angle of a star from your estimated position is the same as the formula for the distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere.
Okay, but you said you're not going to be using that one.
I'm not going to be using the apparent position because that has refraction on it, which is different than the observed position, which doesn't, and it's more accurate.
Okay, so I'm confused. When are you going to be accounting for curvature?
I'm using a formula for the distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere to estimate how high a star is. A sphere is pretty curved as far as I'm concerned.
So how would measuring the ground give you an estimated position of something in the sky?
You're not estimating the position of something in the sky. You already have an estimated position for where you are, and you want to correct for that, because that estimated position isn't 100% right.
Well, I could have swore you just said that you're going to be using 2 points of a measured distance on a globe to get an estimated position of something in the sky.
That's why I said if you're not very familiar with celestial navigation, it would be a bit pointless to get into this question.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just trying to get clarification because
Sure.
it just sounds odd that you would measure the ground to get distance of something in the sky.
I'm not getting distance to anything in the sky. I don't know where you got that from.
Well, didn't you say that you would use the formula for measuring 2 points on a sphere, and that formula would be the same to get an estimated altitude of a star?
Yes, the altitude is an altitude angle. It's an elevation angle. That's not how far the star is. That's not a distance, that's an angle.
Maybe somebody else wants to chime in because this sounds confusing to me. Why you would take an angle on a curved. Well, why would you take an angle on the surface of the Earth if it's a globe?
You just want to know how high a star is in the sky.
How would you take an angle from a globe?
Well, you point to the edge of the globe, which is the horizon. You point to the star, you get the angle between those two.
Well,
You
that
can't.
line from the ground would be extending past the Earth, so it wouldn't be on the surface anymore.
Which line on the ground? The line that
The
points to
horizontal
the
line.
horizon? Yeah,
Yeah,
it
for the
would
elevation
touch the
angle.
surface. Yeah, it would be tangent to the surface. So what?
Well, it wouldn't be tangent. It would be away from the surface.
That's not what you're doing when you do your measurement.
Say that again?
That's not what you're doing when you do your measurement. You're not saying, "Oh, this here's a tangent."
Yeah,
you don't
that's
have to say
never
it out
done.
loud.
That's never
and by the
done.
way,
That's never even thought of. Bacon.
Right, and by the way, is this your proof that the Earth is a globe?
No, I just had a question. And I didn't get
Okay
an
then,
answer.
cool. Because you wouldn't be begging the question, right? Yeah.
Bacon is back. Wow, it's been a while. But the argument didn't change. It's the same one.
Oh, it's the same question since I got no answer. Like I never got an answer to this question, so I'm gonna keep asking.
And you've been answered many times, but you don't want to hear it. That's the problem.
Well, try me one last time. Do you even know what the question is, by the way?
Ask it again.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, why the formula used to estimate the elevation angle of a star from an estimated
It's
position?
wrong. It's wrong.
What? I didn't even ask the question yet.
It's
How's it gonna go?
wrong. It's wrong.
What-
Yeah, I remember
what's
the
wrong?
question now. It's wrong. It's wrong.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
They shouldn't be doing that. It's wrong.
Doing that what? Tell me what's wrong.
Using the distance on a sphere, using spherical assumptions in their equations. It's wrong.
Okay, but what do they use
That's
it?
not a sphere. That's not a sphere.
Why do they use it then?
Because they think they live on a sphere.
And why does the wrong formula work if that's wrong?
Maybe it doesn't work.
So celestial navigation doesn't work?
Yeah, it works. It works, right? But maybe
so it
it
does
doesn't work the way they think it is working. Maybe that this distance that you're saying only works on a sphere is incorrect. But it generally got them in the right direction, right?
It works under a mile.
I mean, what would be the error margin?
If you're using a sextant, you can get within 1 or 2 miles. If you're using a theodolite, you can get within 1/4 of a mile.
Measured it.
Again?
Who measured that? And how?
Who's carrying
you can go.
theodolites on ships?
Who's carrying long ass fucking tape measures? They use the knot method, the rope and knot method.
I couldn't get everybody with me. So the answer is that they use the wrong formula, but it works either way.
Works well enough. I mean, they get to where they're going, but nobody gets to where they're going and then goes over the whole like measured distance that they just did and the time it took and all that stuff, and then take another elevation angle measurement, like when they get to their destination to confirm, that what we did in that equation, accounting for a sphere, it worked exactly. Nobody ever does that, bro.
My connection is horrible. I know what you said. Just posted a screenshot.
Just a little bit. It's tolerable though.
It's like 5 seconds of delay. All right, it's back to 100 milliseconds. Yeah, it keeps getting in and out.
I mean, I'm just still kind of curious why you would be using a horizontal baseline.
A horizontal
on the surface
baseline.
of the on the surface of a ball that would be projected away from the surface of the ball. We're trying to measure the surface of the ball.
Projecting away from this, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, if you're shooting a horizontal line on a ball towards that ball's horizon from that observer's point of view, that line would extend off into space, not on the ball.
So what? That's still telling me how high the stars in the sky. That's the point.
But it's just an apparent position.
Yeah,
Right?
that's why
it's
we
not
have.
the actual star's position.
Right, that's why we have a table for refraction.
Is it a height of a star or is it an elevation angle?
Those are synonymous in the context of celestial navigation.
Oh.
If you ask someone that does celestial navigation in practice, can you measure a star height? That person's just gonna take the sextant and see how high the stars in the sky. If you ask, can you give me an elevation angle? They're gonna do the same thing.
The height of the star is 45 degrees. Isn't that weird to say a height of a star is a certain amount of degrees?
No, that's the common terminology. Like, if you're not used to that, that's...
Isn't it weird to say that?
No, I'm already used to it. Doesn't sound weird to me.
Well, those projected angles are coming from the center of the globe, right?
Projected angles? What do you mean? How do you project an angle? What kind of angle?
Yeah, like that
do you think is being
star's
projected?
zenith on a globe would be to the center of the Earth.
That's not a projected angle.
Yeah, we
That's a
can't
line.
even use that. And they don't consider that anyway. Now their ground position, they don't even draw a plane through the globe anymore. Now they put your feet as one ground position, and then the ground position of a star is another, and those two have their own tangent planes, and they also cross in the air somewhere, and they're happy with that, and they think that works.
Yo, the flat Earth, man. I'm here for it. Yeah, how flat is it, by the way?
You should have put an R in your name, then you could have made it Cryon in a minute.
Yo, how flat is it?
Did you hear the joke I made? Because you're going to be crying in a second.
How flat
Oh
is it,
my
man?
goodness. Keep forgetting I
flat
don't
is
have
it?
image perms in this fucking account.
The guy asking how flat is it is you're coming in really super low. You need to up your volume so people can hear you talking.
Wait, what's low? What does that mean?
Yeah, turn your volume up.
You're
already up.
It means you're beneath me.
Dude, you sound gay.
Oh, are you familiar with gays then? How people let you talk
Yeah,
to
I
you?
can
Is
tell
that,
that they're
is
like
that
the
what
way
you
they
do?
talk. Actually, I can.
What kind of question is that?
Yeah, I don't know what sounds
Are you
gay
familiar
sounds
with
like.
The way you talk, man, it's putting me off.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, stop it. He doesn't sound gay at all.
So what's happening here, man? Globe Earth? Flat Earth?
What's going on, crying?
Are you autistic?
Yeah, I paint a little bit, draw somewhat. I play music.
All right, this is
I'm
never mind.
very artistic.
Got it.
Ran him off. Back to frying the bacon. Bacon's first day in here came in here with this big drawing, and he was going to flip shit around on the screen live for us, and we were watching. I said, "Oh, put it on the ground where your feet are supposed to go," and then it failed, and then he just left.
What do you mean it failed?
Yo, Radwin, can I get image perms for this account?
I don't know what to do with that.
I know, it's like, I don't think I've ever given out image perms to somebody before either. Or TW, you know how?
You should have them. Oh, is this a fresh account?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, this is new. I'm not looking to get mod or anything. I still have access to my other account. I just go on this account depending on which device I'm on.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will,
it says journeyman.
short
You
of
gotta.
leveling up. Yeah.
You need to find an
Oh,
admin or
shit.
somebody that can say something, and they'll level you up. But otherwise, you better keep typing in there or something. Whatever you got to do.
Oh,
To
damn.
level
Yeah,
it
never
up.
mind. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Never mind. It's all right. I was just going to show Bacon some celestial navigations with angles coming from the center of the ball. But yeah, if you want to see these pictures, I guess you could just look up. You can just look up celestial navigation. Just go to the image section. You can see exactly how they do it.
Wait, how are you seeing stars from the center of the Earth?
I don't think anybody's claiming you can see stars from the center of the Earth.
Oh, well, then those diagrams can be chucked in the garbage then, right?
Does the diagram says you have to see stars from the center of the Earth?
If it's
No,
depicting two lines with an angle to a celestial star from the center of a presupposed ball, yeah.
That's your celestial sphere.
You're concluding
You're standing on the ground, and that's the celestial sphere those stars are on. They're not projecting onto a ball. That ball is the sky.
What is showing you is that the vertical line at the GP would intersect the center of the Earth.
So you just
the
said the
angle
Earth is
formed.
flat by claiming vertical.
Sure, Paul. So if your vertical intersects the center of the Earth and the vertical on the GP intersects the center of the Earth, those
You shouldn't
angles
need to do that. You shouldn't need to show that. That should not be important. What's important is how you're doing it on the surface of the Earth. That's what's important.
Nobody says
because that shows
nobody
how you
says
can
the
derive the
celestial
distance.
when you're sitting there on a ship rocking back and forth and you're drawing circles on a map. Nobody says, "Did you make sure your point goes to the center of the Earth?" Yes, Captain.
Yeah, that drawing is to explain you how you can derive the distance to the GP using the zenith angle. That's what the purpose of the drawing is. You don't have to draw that all the time. It doesn't make any sense. The distance
Why
is
are
already
you
derived.
just coming in here and lying to us?
Oh, tell me what the lie is.
Is this going to be the new thing for? I thought you were done with us anyway. But is this the new thing for next year? Now we're going to go to the celestial navigation, which we've never talked about before.
Oh, we always talked about it. I just don't get the insight.
Which I had to develop a test to make sure you guys understand how triangles work. and what right angles are and what ground positions are?
I don't even know what you're asking now.
It's because you guys love celestial navigation so much. I had to create a triangle test to see if you know what a triangle is.
Oh, it's good to know you know what a triangle is. Do you know how to get a position from 3-star angles?
Yeah.
Oh, you've done that. You've done celestial navigation.
I've got one of the almanacs right here.
Right, right. How do you plot an LOP? What are the steps you take to get an LOP plotted?
I'm not getting all my shit right now. I'm laying down.
Oh, just tell me.
Nah.
No, you don't have to go get anything. Just tell me how you do that.
Dude, what's going on? Are you mad because I have that stuff?
No, I just want to know
We
how
went
you
through
do
this
it.
before with you.
You're claiming you can do celestial
You know what a
navigation.
triangle is. Let's go back now. Now that you want
Let's
to
talk about
take
what
the
a triangle
triangle
is.
test. Now that you want to take a triangle test, do you know what a triangle is?
Yes, it's a flat geometric shape with 3 sides, 3 points, and 3 angles.
And
what? That's what a triangle is.
the inside angles equal.
They add up to 180 degrees. That's not part of the definition.
We're
What?
getting
Yes,
little
it is.
bro. No. You can't let him have that. He's little broing you. Yeah. You forgot to mention that the sides.
That was a
So
muted
you
speech,
said
man.
you said not the definition 180 degrees. That's
Yeah,
not in
that's
the
not how you
definition.
define a triangle.
Hmm.
That's an implication of triangles. That's not how what a triangle is.
I
That's a
guess I'll have
property of
to.
a triangle.
Guess I'll have to
But
pull
you
up.
said, but you drown yourself by saying that it's a flat. So
Yeah.
when a triangle is flat, it's always the sum of its internal angles is always 180 degrees.
That's correct.
So
I'm not disagreeing with that.
you drown yourself by saying that it's flat shape.
No, that's just what a triangle is. Triangles are flat. Why would
Yeah.
you say anything differently?
So the sum of the internal angles it will be always
That's true.
180.
That's true.
So you can put it in the definition like if it is already.
Yeah, I mean,
So you
that's not what
can't
defines a triangle.
have,
That's an
so
implication
you
of triangle.
cannot have a triangle on the surface of a ball, either laying all the way on a ball, like a flat side all the way down on a ball. That won't work. It'll just rock back and forth. Or standing one side of the triangle on a ball, because it'll just rock back and forth. Isn't that true?
Yeah, the surface of a sphere can't
Okay,
contain a
that's all you had
triangle.
to say was yes. Thank you. That's all we needed. Welcome to Flat Earth, Mr. Celestial Navigation.
Why? I'm still curious to how you do celestial navigation. I think that's just bullshit. I don't think you have a first clue on what the first step would be. I mean, you mentioned people drawing circles. That's not even part of it. So I don't think you know how celestial navigation is actually done.
What's going on, everybody?
Dude.
Is everybody here flat earther?
No.
Oh, okay. What about you, TT?
I said DT.
Yeah, is that, or how do you say your name?
Let's. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. That's the name. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm flat. Yeah.
I
My
see.
bad, bro.
I get. No, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, and I guess it's there in your name as well. Did you guys come up with like?
That's
Well, I
flat.
know you guys have like a lot of tests and stuff you guys have done. I feel like, oh man, I don't know. I just feel like with enough energy put towards a concept or even like funding, like there's enough people who believe in the flat earth at this point that it gave me the impression that like you guys could start like a GoFundMe and then you guys could fund like a rocket shooting upwards up to a certain distance. I just don't know what's the restrictions there if what you have to like get past in terms of like certain like
Why do
flying
we have to
zones
go?
maybe.
Why do we have to go up if it's already measured flat on the ground?
Well, I think if with something like this, it would be a lot more effective for the rest of the population to become more aware. Something like it's going to take something like that because that's what I kept thinking. I came in here, I listened to you guys. I don't have enough of an understanding of science to make sense of everything that was shown to me, but
Oh, well, that's
it's
okay because this doesn't deal with science. It's just geometry, measuring shapes.
Yeah, nothing to do with science at all, actually.
well, yeah, maybe this is like a bad choice of words, but like I feel like if you guys want to make a big impact on the entirety of the population, you're gonna have to do something like go up and show something through like
Well, wouldn't that be up to the
that it's
individual?
I like keeping it a secret.
hmm. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess that's fair too. But
That way, it's like we know something you guys don't know. You know what I mean? Like we know something for sure, and you guys are all just walking around in a haze of like lies and shit, and we know what's a lie and what's not. So it kind of gives us an advantage.
kind of, it sounds like you're fulfilling your ego as well to think in that way.
Oh,
But yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, what do you think? Or is that like sarcasm or you're being serious?
I think you should spread. You know what you could do is go like on a highway with a big sign, hold it over bridges. Earth is flat. Do that for us.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know why you got that kind of attitude, bro. Like, I
I
don't think that
don't.
I'm
I'm just
saying.
trying to give you ideas on how to help us.
Well, you're coming off extremely rude, to be honest. Like, it's not that
What?
I'm proposing that like everybody needs to know. You know what I mean? You're being rude. Like, you don't think so?
No.
Why would I go hold a sign over a highway or a bridge
To
saying that
help
the
us
Earth is
out,
flat?
like
How is that gonna help you out?
flat Earth. Discord.gg/ flat Earth, and or put a a big square code. What is that? The OCR or whatever they are now. 2D
Okay, I
barcode.
get, I kind of get what you're proposing, but I don't think that's gonna help either, man. Like, because they're gonna come here, and what are the experiences typically here? Some people do listen in, and they're willing to like take the information in, but I imagine the majority come in here troll or still just disagree with you guys potentially, right?
I mean, you can
So that
disagree. I mean, how do you disagree with water, though?
well, it doesn't matter, bro. What I'm saying is like this isn't effective, right? So most of the guys that I
It's
talked to here
not,
previously, well, hang
dude.
on one second. Most
It's
most of
busy
the guys
24/7.
Well, it is. It is. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying most of the guys that I talked to here previously, they're attempting, or it sounded like they wanted to share this knowledge with the world and want people to know and understand like the truth of their reality, right? So with that in mind, I would say like you probably want to approach it from many fronts, not just the Discord server and pulling people in here. I think I'm not saying you guys are not effective here, because I know there's probably a lot of you guys here that were not flat earthers before you came here, potentially stuff like this. But to reach a larger audience, you're gonna have to have many fronts that you approach. Which I'm not saying you guys are not doing this or something, or that you need to do this, because I don't even know that much about the flat Earth community, but I know you guys have had things where you guys debate people, or you guys do like tests out in public, things like this. That like these are other ways to reach an audience or the people. But yeah, I just think like, oh man, I don't know why, but like in the back of my mind, I thought like there's got to be some kind of something that could be done with an amount of funding. It would take like some amount of money. I don't know what this thing would be, whether it be like a rocket that gets shot up, but something that would make people think twice. Most people, because of how this topic is perceived, they are they think this shit is silly, basically, right? Most people, because of like the propaganda, you could say, against it, they don't take this serious at all. But I feel like if there was some kind of like test outside of the test that I've currently heard being proposed, there was like wasn't there like a flat Earth guy that was flying a rocket up, but he died because he like.
No, that was just a YouTube video. Hey, did you know that
Okay.
NASA was renamed a couple, maybe 2 months ago? Reclassified as an intelligence agency now. You don't have to worry about because you mentioned propaganda. Did you know they were a propaganda agency the whole time?
Yeah, but I look at it in a different way than what the flat earthers would propose, because I believe in things like secret space program and discoveries within NASA that they're not sharing publicly. This is kind of my perspective at the time being.
Perfect, because
So,
that's what they want you to think. Things are secret. That's why they're so secretive. What they want you to think. That's why they need so much money.
well, yeah, they're definitely like intertwined with like the intelligence agencies. There's
No,
this
they've been reclassified officially. They're not
okay.
intertwined. They are an intelligence gathering agency now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
nothing. Yeah, they don't do space shit. So
So within like, and I don't know if all the flat earthers would subscribe to this, but like, do some of you guys think it could be a flat Earth, but we can still go to space, or do all
no.
flat earthers agree that you cannot get into space?
I'm gonna say no. The outer space that the globe paradigm exists within. That outer space, no.
Nope.
What is the
Flat Earth is not floating in outer space.
what is the restriction? Because I understand like there's a vacuum, so we're like enclosed, is what you guys
Well,
would
there's
say,
only a
right?
vacuum if you live on a globe. Yeah, according to NASA, there's a vacuum.
Oh, okay. So you guys mentioned that because you're trying to disprove the model that they're proposing.
No, we already debunked the model. It's just people don't believe us, so they have to try it themselves. And when they try it themselves, then they come back in here with a flat tag next to them and everything else.
Okay.
Yeah, we just apply the scientific method. So when we do that, gravity fails to pressurized gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
They have an answer to this, right? But it's not something that you
No,
guys subscribe to. Don't they
No,
say like our atmosphere is what contains it?
you can't say air contains air. That's what atmo means. Air. Air ball contains air. Atmosphere. Air ball contains air. They can't say that. No.
yeah, because there are already experiments where we tried to use gravity to pressurize gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure. There's only one thing, which is a state of matter. Because we know gas cannot contain gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure. Neither can a liquid. It has to be something solid. That's the only thing that we know of so far that has been an independent variable capable of pressurizing gas, or gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
So what about sending a rocket up? to as far as you can send it, and then showing the results of that actual outcome, which would be
All right,
it's
let me
not
show you. Let's
gonna
see.
get anywhere.
I'll show you 2 shots from rockets. Here's 2.
Okay.
Oh, one's from a balloon. That one. I think they might be from balloons or they might be from rockets. I don't know. Anyway, these might be from balloons. How far up? The rockets don't go any higher than this.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, what about taking it to the max and then showing exactly
How
what
about
takes place?
why are they using GoPros for everything?
Right. So when you guys fund and do the test, you don't use a GoPro, I guess, right? Because I don't know if
Oh
there's
yeah,
a restriction.
when we do that, yeah, we just get a flat horizon. Then you guys say, "No, something's wrong with the camera. You're supposed to be a globe."
I think it depends how high up you go, but it's my understanding you have to reach a very high elevation to even see the curvature, and
So
it's
then
very high.
you can't see it from an airplane.
Right, exactly. Or this is like the scientific understanding would claim that like in order to see the curvature, you have to be of a certain elevation. That's
And you
pretty
can't see it from the Red Bull jump either.
right. So what about going higher than these things? Going even higher?
So you can't see it from the ISS either.
Well, it's not even a matter of like seeing higher. What I'm saying that is because you guys are proposing that you cannot enter space. You cannot enter outside of like our containment, right? So what about reaching the limit of the containment and then showing that? Wouldn't that make people like reconsider or think like, what the fuck? If they saw a video and you guys funded something where you reached that limitation and you said, see,
Why?
like
Yeah,
look,
but why would they believe?
The rocket won't
They
go
would.
that high.
They wouldn't even believe our footage on the ground. We have people denying our footage on the ground, already calling it CGI. Why would they believe it if
The
we
rocket
were?
would just stop pushing and would come right back down.
Yeah, why would they believe our footage from a higher altitude?
wait, why would the rocket come back down necessarily?
It needs air pressure to fly.
So what could you construct a rocket that could go that high, or you're saying nothing can go that high?
Nobody can. Rockets don't work in outer space.
Mm.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's combustion, ionic propulsion. Neither of them work in a vacuum.
So what's a way? So looking at these ones here, you guys showed these gifs, and I'm assuming these are balloons that went up. What about
Yeah.
like making an even larger balloon, something that will has more gas or whatever in it to continue to elevate? What about that?
Oh, I don't
I
know.
mean,
They only
I
go
already
so
told you
high.
earlier, even if we were to go 1,000 times higher than the Red Bull jump, we already have people denying our footage on the ground. We have people calling the Black Swan CGI. We have people calling our 21-mile laser test CGI when you can literally do it today.
Yeah, you can just
I
go
mean,
there
yourself.
yourself and do that. Yeah, just go with your own stuff and do it. Like I can because I actually own the gear. And a few people in here have all the gear and can just go and do this shit if we want to. Like I used to do it, but I don't do it anymore. But yeah, I already know it's flat, so I don't have to keep going out and doing it. That's the fun part.
Yeah, the Glovers are
yeah,
the same. Yeah, we already know that it's a globe, so we don't have to go out and do it. That's how we know that your footage is fake, and we believe NASA.
well, even there's probably some trolls, and there are probably some people who legitimately think like this is CGI. They think they're being tricked, but there are answers, though they may not be reasonable, right? They may not be logical because what they'll tell you with the laser test is what the laser's curving, right? Isn't that what NASA would propose, or science, or
Due to
pseudoscience?
what?
I think they would say that like light bends. What do they call that? There's a name for it. I know you guys don't like subscribe to that idea.
What,
But
refraction?
yeah, refraction, right? Isn't this
How
what they
does it
would
know which
propose?
way? How does it know which way to bend the light?
Well, see, I don't know this stuff well enough, man. But what I'm saying is like there are, even if it's a form of pseudoscience, there is like a pseudoscience that these people can reflect on to make them say like, okay, you've done the laser test, but that's just refraction. That's why they're not taking it a step further. But
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
gonna
So
have
why wouldn't they claim these same things for our footage from a high altitude balloon, like super, super high, right?
And also, as soon as you claim that and say, "Yeah, that can't," you're not seeing it because of refraction, then you have to call the military and tell them they're using line of sight with targeting systems that they're not allowed to use them anymore because they're not really shooting at anything. It's just an illusion.
Yeah, because the Globers can literally claim whatever. We can go to like 10 times the height of the ISS if we wanted to. They're gonna claim like gravitational solar luminescence causes the footage of the globe to look flat. So they
what about
claim
attempting
whatever.
to reach the limit and then getting scientists involved and showing them like, hey, we're funding a
I
project.
am a
We're gonna
scientist. What do we need to do?
right, getting like public figure scientists involved. Somebody like
Like
who's that
who?
physicist? Uh, who's that black guy? That physicist? That's
Neil deGrasse Tyson? Yeah, he won't come
yeah.
on our show. He's afraid of us.
Well, what about like trying to get him involved with an experiment, saying,
He's
hey, we're gonna
afraid of
make
us.
Yeah, he actually
well.
can't come on here. If he comes on here, like he can't answer one question, that's it. Like he gets destroyed. It's better for him to not come in here and keep calling us retarded.
He would not last long if he came in here, and because it would go everywhere. He knows it.
Yeah, because even if I was just to ask him that simple question of an experiment, like I stated earlier, for gravity pressurizing a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, there has never been one validating that independent variable.
What would
So
he
outer
say
space,
in response?
he's saying you don't have to do it. That's
Like,
all you would have to say. That's all they ever say.
okay.
That you don't have to do the experiment. They can just propose it and not follow through with the rest of the scientific method. You just say it,
Yeah, you
and that's
just got
it.
to think. You just got to think it and convince three other people, and they all got to say that sounds pretty good. Then you get guys can all say, hey, "Look, it's a consensus. This is how it works."
Yeah, they literally skip a step. They go straight from observation, hypothesis, conclusion. They skip an entire step validating the independent variable in their hypothesis. Like, I really wish it was that easy to be a flat earther. We could just claim random shit all the time without ever having to do anything. Like, imagine if, like, this is like half the stuff we said, right? Like, imagine if the horizon was actually curved.
I want
We
to know
said
why
to you,
Globers want us to fly rockets into the sky. How come we can't measure the Earth at the one that's in contention? Because we don't give a shit about the sky. Actually, we just want the numbers for the curved Earth.
yeah, they don't
Yeah,
want to
you
give
know
us
that.
those either.
Yeah, that's one other thing, and I do think I saw the test with that, and what I thought is like, could it be possible that the curvature that they're giving is inaccurate, and they're doing that intentionally because of what they would justify as national security, for whatever reason that might be, that they are lying about that, but that maybe we are on a globe, but it's far larger than what's being proposed. Maybe we're on a very small portion of the globe, something like that.
Well, then everything else is wrong. Now everything in the sky doesn't work anymore. Distances to suns and moons and everything. Nothing works now.
Yeah,
It's
it's
just
all
a
based on the
it would
radius.
just be a secret that I guess like 3 engineers after they do all the conversions for all of the prints and everything at NASA, the 3 guys there know, and then 3 guys in China know, and 3 guys in Russia know, and 3 guys in India, they know. But do you see what I'm saying?
The thing is, those things can't be verified anyways, right? The distance between us and the moon, you can't actually. It's all based off of what they're claiming, right?
It's all
So it
based off
doesn't.
the radius of Earth.
Okay, okay. So yeah, those things could be off, and maybe they are off, but maybe these are not verifiable anyways. So that is a possibility. That it right? Or I don't
No,
know. Actually, no, not necessarily from your guys' worldview
no,
because of the other test.
it's not curving. So
Well, the curvature thing, you also got to realize, like, to see the curvature, you have to go, I think, higher than like the USS or whatever, the space
We're not
station.
talking about.
why
We're not
can't I
talking
just
about
measure the
seeing it.
ground at the beach with my
Yeah, correct.
buddy?
We're talking about
Well,
measurement because we're not just talking about
right, right.
looking at it.
Yeah. But the thing is, if the Earth is way, way, way larger, it would appear flat until you wouldn't be able to do a distance test, right? You'd have to do a massive distance test to do
Okay,
that.
yeah, we have the equipment to do massive distance tests. Yes.
Like what? Let me ask. Okay, yeah. So let's step back for a second. So the laser test, what's the longest distance you guys have done that's been like recorded, I guess, or documented?
I think
Even if it's
41
just like a
miles.
rough estimate, 41 miles.
I
Okay, what
think
do they
so, yeah.
propose is
What?
the radius? What do they propose is the radius of the Earth?
They don't use that to propose a radius. That says the
No,
Earth
I
is
know, I
flat.
know.
If you pick a radius and that's 41 miles and you're seeing it, I don't know what that would be. You'd have to have like a 10 million mile radius ball or something.
Right, exactly, and maybe it is such a thing. That's a possibility still,
Wow.
right? It's
How many
Well,
suns do we have?
we have one sun. What do you mean?
How does it move around all that Earth and or how
Maybe the
does it?
sun is a
Yeah,
lot
how
larger
does?
than
Oh, wow. So
maybe
everything's
everything
got
scales
to.
up.
So in order to have the Earth be a ball for you, everything's got to be super big now because the size that they claim, and since we don't see that, since we see it as flat, it's still a ball, but it's so big that we don't know we're on a ball, and we don't know that we're moving because it's so big.
What
bro,
I'm
you know what I
saying is
just thought of?
that still holds a potential possibility. That's it. I'm not
Yeah,
saying that is
it's
the case for
same
like.
possibility as that. It's all everything's an illusion, and you're a brain in a jar. You have the same
Well,
chance.
no. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. So you're telling me that you do subscribe to what they propose the size of the sun is. That's what you're saying right now.
No,
Because
not
if
at all.
not,
I already debunked outer space.
so,
Space is fake. No, the sun's not a gas ball, and it's not
okay,
floating in a vacuum. So the sun is absolutely nothing to do with what anybody says because nobody knows what the sun is, does, how it works, where it comes from, where it goes, why it does what it does. Nobody at all. So we can't use the sun for anything. Moon, stars, nothing. No planets. We can't use them for anything.
Even if you
what?
were hypothetically a planet or a ball, a giant ball with a 10 billion mile radius, you still would not be in outer space because gravity still cannot pressurize that gas.
Okay. See, that's fair, and yeah, I get you. So there's other pieces of like evidence you guys are using to say like it still wouldn't change the dynamic too much. But in terms of like the laser test, it might be even bigger. That test may not be as concrete as we look for it to be, right? Because it could be much bigger and it could still be flat. But
Well, maybe we only have
Well,
one
it's
fact.
not a ball floating in a vacuum. I can tell you that.
Yeah, outer space as depicted by the mainstream is not possible.
what about, I don't know, I won't be able to relay this information too well, but if anybody has done research on like the pyramids of Giza, if I'm not mistaken, people were proposing, this is more of a theory, I don't know if it's proven, that the ratio between like the Earth and the Moon are incorporated into the size of the architecture, something like this, that ratio. Does anybody know anything about that?
Wouldn't see the correlation between the two.
that you would have to subscribe to what they're proposing the size of the moon and the Earth radius are, etc. But they would say that, yeah, I've seen somebody like present this before. I'd have to go back and look at it. Maybe I can come back and show you guys and see what you guys think about it. I don't think it would necessarily impact the way you guys see, the model. But yeah, anyways, let's forget that for now.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know why you would want to subscribe to a ball in the first place if there's still no measured curvature. So even if it is
Yeah, that's
possible,
weird. It is
yeah, even
weird
if it is,
to go, I know there's no curvature because everything looks flat and everything is flat, but we are on a ball. I but just believe it because I want to go to space in 10 years with Elon Musk and have dinner with him like Captain Kirk on the Starship Enterprise.
because that's the thing. Even if the Earth had a 10 quadrillion mile radius and it was a big ass ball, what would even give you that? Like, how would you even go about proving that in the first place?
Well, I don't know, but when you guys propose the laser test, what it tells me is that, like, with just the laser test proposition, we're not coming to anything with certainty, right? Because it could be far larger potentially. I'm not saying it's necessarily globe, but I'm saying looking at that data, obviously it doesn't fit what they're proposing, but it doesn't mean that we're
Well, then
proving the
that
Earth
would.
is.
Well, that's the
Well,
thing.
then
Like, right?
we'll go to
We can have
250. We'll go to 251 miles next then.
multiple causes for an effect, right? Like for water
Mhm.
boiling, we can have, let's say it's temperature, right? So far we know it could be temperature. We can propose that, yeah, it's temperature, but it also could be little microscopic seahorses blowing bubbles at the bottom of the container, right? Like that's a possibility. They could also be
Well, no.
invisible, so that's why we can't see them.
That's.
That's
I
also a
don't think you're being
possibility.
fair.
So we
You're not
can't
being
rule that
fair.
out.
That is being fair. It's the same exact thing.
No, it's not. It's not.
So
Because listen for a sec.
it is.
So let's look at just the data from the laser model. Forget everything else that you know, right? So when we do the laser
Okay.
test, all we're saying is the radius they're proposing is not matching up, and it looks flat at this many miles. That's all you know with certainty. Period. You cannot go
Well,
beyond that, right?
everywhere on Earth that has ever
All
been
right,
measured and
so since
explored
it's
has been
always
measured
flat,
flat.
yeah, listen, if it's always flat, what makes you think you live on a ball then?
Well, I'm not even saying it's a ball, man. What I'm saying is, like, we have to look at the test and know with certainty what is it actually showing us. Because just because at that far distance we can see it's still flat, it doesn't mean that it's flat necessarily forever. That's all I'm saying with that test. But I know you guys have
What would make
multiple.
you what would make you think that it's a giant ball of anything or a giant anything that's not flat?
Well, I honestly, I don't have like an argument, brother, but I'm just trying to show you that that specific test, you can only come to certain truths. There are limitations based
No,
off of the
because you
data.
have to assume that you live on a ball. Then after that, if it's not flat, it has to be a ball floating in the
But
vacuum of space, and we've debunked that.
Yeah, so if you want to go back to like my example of the water boiling, right? If you want to suggest it's something else, then you'd have to go about proving it. So for example, we can have another cause for that effect, right? By placing that
yeah,
water in a vacuum. But you would have to actually prove it. You can't just say
you can use.
microscopic invisible seahorses at the bottom of the container and then just not do anything about it. You have to actually go about proving that, right?
Right. So within the dynamic of it could be a much larger like sphere, I would have to come forward with more data and information. The only point I was trying to make is that, like, we use this test to come to some specific truths. With the rest of the data you guys use in the tests, you can say, hey, we already know it's not a sphere, right? But all I'm saying is with that test, you're not really proving it to be flat necessarily.
Well,
Maybe
that's
in
all we have
conjunction.
so far.
Yeah.
That's like
And
literally anywhere that's ever been measured, anywhere that's ever been explored has been measured flat. That's the
yeah,
only
and
data that we have. There is nothing else. to propose that it could be anything else.
Plus all of our documents for flying and how planes are built says you need a flat and stationary Earth for this plane to work, and if you want to be a pilot. So, I mean, they throw that in there too, I guess, because they some reason you guys think that you live on a ball anyway.
How could they fool all of these pilots? Let's talk about that because like
Pilots don't see a ball. You said you can't see a ball.
No. Nobody can see the curvature. We already agreed on this. You have to go higher than the space station.
So how are you fooling a pilot then? They think they live on a flat Earth too.
So all of the pilots that fly airplanes assume that they're on a flat Earth?
How can you not? You don't fly upside down ever. Your gauges don't sit there and spin while you're flying and like you're doing nosedives the whole time.
Well, what are they proposing? They're proposing gravity, right? Isn't this what they would say, that gravity is like pulling them back down?
All right, so I want to use invisible seahorses blowing bubbles, and those bubbles are magnetic and they pull things down.
Okay, so that's the point that you're wanting to address, right? Is the fact that you should say it like that so that people like me could understand you better, that like gravity and the way that they're defining it is just this magical like term that they use to push the globe model, right? Something like this.
Absolutely.
So
without gravity, your globe doesn't work. But your globe can't work anyway because you can't make gravity in a vacuum work. So you can't just imagine it to work. We can debunk that part.
Okay, because why do you say that? Because we're not able to replicate this experiment?
Because I have a vacuum chamber, yeah, and I can put a glass of water in there and remove the air, and the water turns to gas, proving that gravity didn't hold it down in the cup. It was air pressure.
See, I don't understand that well enough to like discuss it with you. But what I would say is like most pilots, back to that, they would assume they're not on a flat plane, that gravity
No,
is
they assume their
the
maps are correct and they're flying over a flat plane, like their maps show them.
Well,
Yeah, it's supposed to be mass attracting mass, or bending warpy space time. It's supposed to be affecting all mass.
what do you guys think about I think it's like the Perry-Reese map. It shows like the outline of Antarctica without ice. It showed like the edges of the land underneath Antarctica. Are you guys familiar with that?
Oh my goodness, I got a phone call. Sorry.
No, not really. I mean, I'm not ever going to go there. I might go there, but not now. I don't know. We're taking a cruise. I don't think she'll go for that one now.
Yeah. Would you guys propose, if it wasn't an ice wall, that there's land that encapsulates like the water?
Never said there was an ice wall. None of us say
All right.
that.
Yeah. What do you guys say, or what do you guys think or do we just not know?
I haven't
Unknown,
been there.
but we don't
It's
have to
unknown.
go to a presupposed edge to prove that all the land within that presupposed edge would be measured flat.
Right. But I think these edges, like the top edge or the side edge, etc., are really what would like baffle people and make them actually like consider this. Because most people,
So now what are you going to do? Where's your edge going to go?
I mean, just imagine somebody says that it's CGI. We happen to take pictures of the edge. Then what? If we showed you a picture of an edge, would you believe it?
Well, maybe you guys, just like they're proposing they're gonna take people to like space, you guys could like sell tickets to the edge.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
I know what I could do. Here, I can do this. I can take my camera, go in my closet where it's pitch black, take a picture, right? And then so it's got the all the metadata in it, and then post it and say, I took a picture at looking down off of the edge of the earth, and this is what it looks like. You can't see anything. I tried to light it up, but it's a black hole. It sucks all the light in. And then you guys can believe me.
Yeah, take a picture
No,
of the edge of space.
you could
That's
sell
pretty good.
tickets to take people
No,
there.
it'll be a black square. I'm going to sell you guys for like $150 for your wall poster of a black square. But that's actually what it looks like when you look off the edge of flat Earth. You can't see anything. It's just blackness. So that's how you prove it. That's how I prove that's what's there, blackness, because I got a picture of a square, black square. Now, if you can't debunk me, then I'm right.
I mean, that's just silly, man. Obviously, you're joking, but listen, like, you could actually have a business model in saying, hey, we're going to take you to the edge, right?
Wait, how would you know that's not what the edge looks like, though?
What the
How would you know? What if that is just a black square?
Don't you listen in on me, Jedi.
And it's not even like it's not even the edge. What you really would do is like, hey, we're going to take you guys, we're going to show you that the entirety of all of the water on the planet is encapsulated by like land.
Oh, you can't see
You're-
that far. Yeah, you can't see that far.
No, not that you can see that far. You're gonna take them out on a boat, and then there's gonna be like a so many day like cruise kind of thing, where you're going to like, yeah, you're gonna go. You may not be able to circle the whole thing. I mean, I don't know how long that would take, but
Why don't I just take them to like a beach and say, "Here, we're at the end, and if you go in there, there's monsters. It's up to you. It's your risk."
Well,
And
listen.
then we just put guys in the woods with guns and shoot them if they run in the woods.
Bro, don't you think
if
that
you could,
sounds like a problem for the individual? Why don't they just look at how the Earth is measured? Why do they need to travel to all these obscure places?
So hold on one second, Jedi, to catch you up. He wants to go on trips to the edge. I said I can just go ahead and take a picture in my closet of blackness and say I went to the edge and I looked down and it was just completely black because there's nothing there because it's a black hole and it sucked all the light in. So that's my proof that I went to the edge of flat Earth because it's a black hole at the edge, the black hole they keep talking about. Now you have to believe me because I took a picture and it's just a black square in my picture.
He sounds lost, doesn't he?
So,
no, what I'm saying,
I'm just giving you guys a new thing for if they want to go to the edge. So all you have to do is tell them I'm going to get you guys a picture. You can pass it to them. Say, here's a picture of the edge, and then they
no,
can't argue with us.
what I'm saying is this: like, if you could take people and say, hey, if we travel this direction on the water and we go a certain distance, you would expect us to hit the continent on the other side of the world. But instead, what I'm going to show you is we're going to hit landmass in every direction, and that we're encapsulated by land. Right? There's water, and there are islands which are continents, but there is landmass outside of that.
So boring.
What's he on about?
Here, I think you made a go with that, right? With what you're doing right now.
Wait, what's wrong with the idea?
Encapsulated by land.
Yeah.
What is that idea?
Wouldn't you guys just? Well, because I asked about like the ice wall, they said we don't necessarily believe in an ice wall, right?
There you go. So an ice wall.
So
that would be the land that we don't believe in. That you're saying that we can sail to.
There, you must be encapsulated, right? Or where do you think that water?
Sorry, you said that was land.
How's the water being held?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. But this sounds farcical.
How so? What would you?
Because you're telling us some type of fucking bollocks business model where you think that we should be doing tours around the world. Why? What fucking bollocks is that?
I don't think it's bullets. It's just an
It is
idea, and I'm
total shit, man. What are you talking about? It's not going to prove anything bloody either way, apart from all over here. Here's some stuff. It's not our claim. Claim isn't about the edge of reality. Our claim is the Earth's measured flat. To demonstrate that claim, we measure the Earth. We don't go for trips everywhere. The fuck?
yes, but this idea and concept could get people to open their eyes towards the idea that yes, it very much could be a flat plane existence. Most people, you know this, they don't even consider it. They think that this is a silly idea. So if you had a concept to say, hey, hang on a second, I'm going to show you that like even
They
what
don't think it's a silly idea to think they live on a spinning ball inside a vacuum chamber with water and air around the rock.
Yeah, it's a good point. I get it. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that will like challenge people, that will make them
Yeah, all I do is say that to them, and then
reconsider.
they go, "Well, damn, that's a good point." And let me think again.
Okay, let's go back to the. I want to try to understand this better. Can you go? You said that you have the ability to create like a vacuum, and then you were trying to tell me that like, can you explain to me how gravity cannot be like a contributing factor? What happened? Could you go through that again? What you were saying?
Does gravity hold water in a cup? Yes.
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, this is what they would say. Yeah.
Okay, so take a little bit of water, put it in a cup, because I want to do this quickly. I don't want to be there all day. So I'll put a little bit, maybe, I don't know, quarter inch in the cup, set it inside my vacuum chamber, turn my vacuum chamber on, and in about 45 minutes to an hour, the vacuum chamber will be completely dry. There won't be water anywhere because I sucked the air out, which caused the pressure to lower above the surface of the water to the point where the water turned into gas because it didn't have any air pressure pressing down on it, not enough to keep it in a liquid form. So it had nothing to do with gravity. So, because to prove that it was gravity, I needed to at least remove the air pressure. So we can definitely prove that gravity holds the water down and not air pressure. And when we did prove was it's really air pressure, not gravity.
Mm. What do they propose? Are they saying that the way that's being done is because the atmosphere is what like protects us from that happening? Is that what
I
they
don't
would say?
know. They get mad at me when I do that trick. It's not even a trick. It's reality.
He thinks the atmosphere is magic.
Well, I'm not saying that I think that, man. I don't even know
Why
how
would you
that
say
model
that
works.
the atmosphere is doing something then?
Bro, I'm trying to ask you, what do they propose, right? Because I don't have an
Yeah, but I'm
understanding of the
trying to
field
ask
model at
you
all.
what you mean by the atmosphere does something.
I'm asking you is
Oh,
if that is
this
what they
guy.
propose, my man. Am I being like ridiculous to ask that question? I'm asking you what they propose.
They propose that gravity holds the air to the floor.
Until I debunk them, and then they get mad and they yell at me.
Right, but they would say like when they look at his model, they might or his test, they would say the
Yeah, they
reason
say,
why
"I saw your test. Now you're an asshole, dickhead," and then they leave.
What test?
the test that he just talked about, he's got like a
That
vacuum.
with the vacuum chamber, the real one I've done.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can only create a vacuum inside the container.
Yeah, and they freak out when I do it, and they go and look it up and research it, and they say, "Well, you're right, but what? But nothing. Goodbye. I gotta go. You're a dick," and that's how they leave it.
Well, they would say that you're within the model of it that exists. They would say the reason why we don't have that happening is because our atmosphere protects the water, right? It doesn't allow the water to turn into a gas. Isn't this what they would say?
Yeah, you need air pressure for liquid pressure, yeah.
Yeah, you need air pressure to create liquid pressure.
What do you need to create gas pressure, though?
Oh, come on, bro. I gave you the answer earlier.
Odds. What do you need to create that air pressure?
Oh, dude, my heart's broken. No, dude.
I don't know. What did we say? I don't know.
A container.
Oh yes, okay.
The
Yeah, remember when you were
consequence of putting gas
proposing?
inside a container is the gas is pressing against the inside of the container. Can't expand anymore. It's under pressure. It's the consequence of containment.
Like earlier, you were stating that gas could pressurize the gas. The gas within the atmos could contain itself. I told you that was incorrect. We know that liquids can't do it either. It has to be something solid because gravity can't do it either.
So when they describe our atmosphere, what are they saying? Our atmosphere is like a gas kind of substance thing?
Yeah, atmo, that's gas. The gas that we breathe, the oxygen and the nitrogen. It's gas.
Mm.
Mm.
You
The
can, as
gases
you can
take
see,
shapes, or do they take the shape of that container?
Okay.
Do gases take their own shape, or do they take the shape of the container?
They would take the shape of their container, right? Yeah.
Awesome
But
stuff. Good.
yeah.
So the atmosphere, that's just gas. But gases don't make shapes unless they're inside a container. We understand this, right? I understand what you mean by atmosphere, but that's the gas that we breathe. According to you, it's spherical shaped around the outside of a sphere. You can only have shapes of gas inside containers. But they would say the atmosphere is stopping from increasing entropy and dispersing into the available space because there's something called gravity stopping gas expansion.
See how easy it is to debunk a globe?
I see what you guys are saying.
Do you?
I think so. I think so. The only thing is, like, even if what they're proposing is not accurate, what if there is another way for the gas to be? Maybe listen. Okay, yeah, this is what I have to say. What if there is something causing an effect that they are calling gravity, and because they don't understand gravity, they're just saying gravity, but there
Oh, no.
is something scientific.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No, I
What do
get
you
what.
think?
Sorry, dude, I do apologise. I get what you're saying. So, gravity, people point at things when they drop solid objects, right? I pick up a pen and I drop it. That's gravity because all things go down. That's not true, though. Not all things go down. Gas, for example, expands in all directions. It's omnidirectional. It has infinite degrees of freedom. You pick up your pen and you drop it. It's only got one degree of freedom. That's straight back down again. So not all things go down. So when they say that gravity causes the gas that's moving in all directions to come back down, then that's fucking bullshit. Right? We don't observe this behavior in gases. What we observe with gases is gas expansion. It expands to fill the available volume. It doesn't come back because something that it left behind was really big, like the Earth. That would be stupid.
Yeah, we don't mind you like proposing new ideas, right, for why we have gas. They would just have to be proven. Like we don't care if you try to propose magnetism, UV light, like literally anything. It just needs to be tested and proven.
I get it now, though. I didn't have these understandings of even like the globe model or how they say the gas is being contained, things like this. But I get what you guys are putting on the table in terms of like they're saying gravity is keeping the gas in, which, and I didn't understand some of the properties of gas, but like just talking about it, obviously, yeah, gas is going to fill its container.
Yeah.
So I still would reach back to the idea of reaching the edge, and not necessarily the edge of land, but like the top, because you could show that it is contained by
How?
something physical, right? Because you guys would
How?
propose it must be physical.
How?
So, well, okay, so we talked about some things. What about like doing a balloon test on an even larger scale? So they've already done a balloon test to reach a certain elevation. What about like scaling that balloon to an enormous size and then and sending it up and see if it reaches like a physical. Would we still be able to communicate with it, like in terms of like yeah, what do you think about that? Scaling up a like a balloon test on a large scale to the point where you try to get it higher than it's ever been. What about that?
Oh, that's lovely, but it's not something I'm going to do. And I understand what you're saying, because we always get this kind of, well, what if we do this and what if we do that, and all of these hypotheticals, but really we're not going to be doing that. The highest that we can send balloons up, right, we can send them up. They don't appear to reach some kind of magic distance where they can't go up anymore unless there's a less amount of gas pressure outside the balloon. And it's not going to solve any problem either way, dude.
How does do you guys think that the ISS station is up there or no?
Up where?
And if you do, wherever they claim that it's sitting,
Oh,
like in
exactly
low
where
orbit.
they claim. It's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible. You can see things like the ISS transit the moon, and people see they can see it go across the sky with the International Space Station tracker. So there's something in the sky. Okay, that's fine.
How does it sustain itself up there and not come back down? How does it not
Oh,
fall
I
back
don't
down?
know, dude. There seems to be lots of magical technology that NASA seems to be touting around. Electrodynamic tethering, for example, because of the electromagnetic field in the sky increases or whatever. They have developed a technology where they just literally throw a mile-long aluminium cord or something up to get the charge. So it could be like working like a Dodgems car, mate. I don't know. But if you want to, I'm not speaking bullshit. If you want to Google electrodynamic tethering from NASA, tell you all about it.
So it's possible they're using something that they're not telling us to get it to
It's
sustain itself, is what
always
you're saying.
possible that, it's always possible that they've got technology and they're not telling us. Yep.
Okay. What about satellites? Do you guys, is it possible for them to have satellites up there within your guys' like understanding?
I mean, we can just go back to the previous comment, right, about technology in the sky and how it works. Now, the claim about a satellite is very specific. Satellites orbit, that's rotate 360 degrees around a sphere. But they're not doing that because the Earth isn't a sphere to rotate around. The things are in the sky and they do circular paths above the Earth. That's it.
So
Sky's
if
a bit of a
somebody,
mystery, dude. That's what I'm trying to say. Sky's a
yeah.
bit of a mystery. We have to rely on everybody else, NASA and so on, to tell us what's actually above a certain altitude, because we're not going there. So, yeah, there could be fanciful things up there, dude, for all we know.
What about this? Okay, because they're saying that if they send something high enough up there, because of for whatever reason, it's going to become lighter and lighter, and they can get it to float basically up there, right? That's what they're claiming. How the satellites are sitting. What about sending a balloon up with a mechanism that can test the weight of an object as it goes up in elevation, and we can see a difference within the weight as the balloon rises to a very high elevation? What about something like that? Because if we see that that weight does not change, that could be another provable point to stand on, right? Or what do you think about that? Or does that sound stupid?
Provable point for what?
I don't know if even what I'm saying is like a possibility. So you send up a gas balloon, and then on that gas balloon there's a device that has like a scale, and you put something of a weight on that scale, and you have a camera looking at the scale. So we see that the weight on the scale is 25 pounds, but after it reaches a certain elevation, it should we would expect, based off what you guys propose, that weight stays 25 pounds no matter how high it gets. So if we
Why?
can show this, is this stupid? Am I making any sense?
Yeah,
What do you think
you're
about
saying
that?
that us guys propose. I haven't proposed anything.
Or no, not that you guys propose. Okay, well, okay, hang on. Let me step back. So what I'm trying to say is like within the model that not you guys are proposing, but NASA, they would say the way the satellites are sitting in the sky is because gravity has less of an effect on them up there, so they're able to float them in place.
That's not
So
quite true.
okay, what would they say?
The NASA story is the satellites are actually falling to the Earth, but because they're going so fast, they just miss the Earth every time they fall towards it. Get a cannonball, shoot it. You'll get to enough speed that eventually it'll go around the Earth and smack you in the back of the head. Same principle applies with satellites. They're going fast enough. The Earth is pulling down towards the Earth, but because they're going fast enough, they just miss the Earth. This is an orbit.
That they stay stationary at the same elevation is what they say?
Say stationary. Geostationary orbits aren't actually stationary. They're just moving in time with the Earth's rotation.
Okay.
It looks stationary from our point of view.
I'm gonna have to look deeper into that so I can understand what does that mean in terms of how they're proposing the satellites are staying.
Yeah, man. Just Google it quickly or whatever. It's fine.
Okay, but yeah, I'll search that up. But what about the reason I'm thinking that direction is because when they show, and I'm not saying this is real, but like footage of somebody on the moon, they would show that like they're kind of like bouncing in a way that like it doesn't have the same gravitational pull as it does on Earth, right? And that's a very far distance that you would have to go a very far distance. So I don't know if that's possible, but back to the idea that I proposed, like a balloon that reaches a very high elevation, shouldn't we see the weight change on the scale if it goes high enough based off what they claim?
Based off what they claim, yeah.
So this could be a test that could once again you guys could stand on to show like here we go, here's another testing point that shows you like what they're proposing isn't adding up, kind of like the laser test. Or does this sound silly? What do you guys think about that idea? I guess it depends how high it would have to go, but
Yeah, like I said, I'm not doing this. I understand you're theoretical, but it's not something I'm going to be doing. And I don't mean to like fob you off with that. It's just I'm not doing that, mate.
yeah, that's fair.
God, how many times I gotta tell you, flat, bro? Many goddamn times. Hello? Is anybody here? Yo.
Sounds like you need to take care of that cough, mate. You're right.
Jedi, how many times I gotta tell you the world ain't flat, brother?
I don't know how many times you want to tell me.
Dude, I've given you proofs after proofs after
Have you?
proofs. I have.
Refresh me. Refresh my memory.
I have. Day and night cycle.
It's not
That's
proof.
proof right there.
No, it's not.
Literally.
It's not.
Dude, How can
Oh,
a flat Earth have a day and night cycle?
by moving the light source.
No.
No. No, so you
Do you
can't move the
realize
light
how
source.
big
So
the sun
I
is?
see. This is why we think you're hilarious and take you
Dude,
seriously. It's like you
do you
don't
realize how
think that
big the
you can
sun
have a
is?
stationary surface and move a light source and it be above a certain portion of
It
that flat
can fit
surface
like
and not
150
above another
persons.
portion of that flat surface over there somewhere at distance. You think that's impossible, you fucking idiot.
Yes.
Well, then, I
Yes.
don't know how to help you then. If you think that
Because
that's the proof that the Earth is
the
a sphere,
Earth
then on your way,
orbits
sunshine.
around the
I
sun,
mean, I'm
dude.
really disappointed with your fucking brain skills,
God
but
damn
if
it!
that's what it is, dude, then on your fucking way.
God fucking damn it, Jedi. Why
What?
don't you
You're an
get it?
idiot, dude. I'm trying to make the conversation easier for you by telling you politely to just go. You're obviously a waste of
I don't
time here.
understand what you
You
don't
believe that
understand.
this is the proof that proves the Earth is a sphere because the
Yes.
light moves and then you can't bloody see it
It's
anymore.
daytime in
It's like,
China
why are
right
you
now
still
and nighttime in
talking?
America. How many
Dude,
times I gotta
shut
tell you this?
up. Stop talking. You're
How many
fucking
times?
embarrassing yourself, man.
Like I tell you over and
No,
over, and you
don't tell
just
me
don't
anything,
get
mate.
it.
No, don't.
No. We're
Stop
having a
talking.
fucking debate here.
No, we're not. You're talking. I'm telling you not to. It's a waste of time for you to be here. So fuck
Nope.
off.
No, all my friends are here.
You haven't got any
Yep.
friends. Stop lying.
I'm friends with F.E. Bateman. I'm friends with Loud
You
C.
can't even say his fucking name properly, so I doubt that.
I'm friends with Migo Wigo. I'm friends with Odds.
Who cares? You're an idiot.
No, I don't know this guy.
Yeah. Me and Odds are bestest
Oh,
of
it's the
friends.
alpha. I should have scrolled down sooner. You're definitely an idiot.
Listen, Jedi, I told you, bro.
What?
Day and night cycle.
Day and night
Proves the Earth
cycle, yeah,
is
the
a ring.
sun moved. Hold on. Let's measure the sun's position in the sky. How are we going to do that?
Dude, Jedi, I sent a
No, there
video
was a
where a
question
guy
there.
took a
How are we going
time
to measure the
lapse
sun's position in the
of the
sky?
shadow
Hello?
of the what?
It's probably best that you don't talk when I am.
What are you
So
saying,
how are
Jedi?
we going to
What are
measure
you
the sun's
saying?
position in the sky?
Dude, you can do it with the stick, bro.
Well, yeah, we
Hippocalypse.
can get a solar elevation angle, can't we? We can use a stick to do that,
Aristophanes,
can't
bro.
we?
Come on.
Yeah. Do you know what a solar elevation angle is?
It's the elevation of the angle of what the rotation is on the planet.
No, we're talking about the sun above the horizon for a period of time. So we're going to be talking about
You know
the
why
sun
we
in
have
the
an
sky and
horizon?
its
Because of the
elevation
curvature of
above
the
the
Earth.
Earth. Are you a fucking idiot?
Like I don't get it. What he doesn't understand.
What? Do you know what an angle is?
Dude, we all know what a 90-degree angle is.
Could you know what a 45-degree angle is?
Yeah, and you know the
Good.
horizon proves
Can
the
you
Earth is a
tell me,
globe.
sir, who was obviously very learned in the
The
subject of
horizon proves
angles,
the Earth is a globe, dude.
if you can have a curved line in one of your lines of an angle?
Dude, curved
No, there's
lines
a
exist.
question there, dumb fuck. Let's ask you again.
Pi r
Can you have
squared,
a
buddy.
curved line in an angle?
Pi r squared.
No, not
Curved
pi r
line.
squared. Can you
Curved
have a
line.
curved line in an angle? Like 90
Dude.
degrees, as you so said earlier. Right? If I was to
No.
curve the horizontal, would it
That's
still
what
be
an
90
angle is.
degrees?
Look up the definition of the word angle.
So you should be able to answer it then, shouldn't you?
I just told you there's no curved lines and angles.
Awesome stuff. So when we measure elevation angles off the surface of the Earth, where's the curve then?
Hey, buddy. It's called the rotation of the
Now, you're
sphere.
not listening, are you? You probably got dropped on your head a few times as you were a
Like,
child.
goddamn, dude. I don't know what you don't understand.
Because
I
we're not
honestly
talking about
don't.
that, you fucking idiot.
Like, I tell you, I've
We're
been
talking about
telling you 1,000 times.
rotation, dumb fuck.
Yeah, you realize that the Earth
You're
is
talking
spinning,
about day and
correct?
night, aren't you?
You realize the Earth is spinning, correct?
No.
God damn it.
No.
How do you not understand this?
Can you show me a measurement of it moving, please?
Yeah, it's called a what's the thing? The experiment, the pendulum? Look up a fucking pendulum.
Not like in my grandfather clock.
They got it at every single major national
Like
science
in my
museum all
grandfather
around
clock,
the
like
world.
that
They
type
have
of
an
pendulum.
experiment to test the
Right, you're just
rotation
a
of the Earth.
fucking typical American. You just keep talking, and eventually you'll wear me out, won't you?
They have experiments at every
Explain it
major
to me.
science museum
Explain it
on
to
the
me.
fucking planet.
Explain the experiment. Give me
Yeah,
the
so
hypothesis.
if the world was flat and
He's
not
literally going to
moving,
affirm the
the
consequence before our
pendulum
very
would
eyes.
go back and forth
No, you're an idiot.
indefinitely.
You're an
But
idiot,
because
dude.
of the rotation of the Earth, it sways the pendulum ever so slightly.
What happens when it goes backwards?
Dude,
Did the Earth change
how
its
many
direction
times
of
do I have to
motion?
tell you? You need me to post a video? Do you need me to post a video?
You're just going to fucking talk.
Do you
What
need me to post
happens
a
when
video?
the pendulum goes backwards? Did the Earth
It's
start
called
spinning the other way?
angular momentum.
There's a question here, dumb fuck. Are you going to answer it or do I have to mute you?
Dude, hold on.
What
Let me get some
happens
water.
when the pendulum rotates backwards? Did the
Dude.
Earth spin backwards?
Yo, it's called gravity.
You're
You
an
know that,
idiot.
right?
Fuck off.
You know that, right?
I'm asking you, what happens when the pendulum turns backwards
Hold
and
on,
you
sorry.
say,
I'll be
you ask me,
right
you
back,
know what
dude.
gravity
Let me
is,
get some
right?
water.
You're a fucking idiot. Stop wasting our time.
Okay, I got a quick question. The balloon that you guys shared in the side chat, do you guys know the elevation that reached off the top of your head? Because something that I see here, it says that
What balloon, where? What, at 41 minutes past the hour? Talking about balloons? Okay.
wait, sorry, I didn't hear you, brother. What did you say?
I'm asking about the balloons that you mentioned. You're talking about the picture posted at 41 minutes past the hour.
Let me double check here. It's at 7:55 by Professor Triangle. They
Or
showed
55.
Yeah, 55, and it's basically like a balloon they sent up, and they're showing that it's still flat, the surface. Using like fisheye.
I can't remember the height of that one. Sorry, dude.
That's okay, because one thing that I see here is based off. It basically states, or at least the AI is saying that you would have a difference of 0.2 to 0.3% less for every 30,000 feet in terms of like the weight of something. So now I'm trying to understand how far are we able to send the balloon up, because I don't know.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
I think the main reason why he posted that image at 55 minutes past the hour is because we go from living on a convex Earth to a concave Earth because the
That's right.
horizon distorts, right? So it's convex and it's concave. It's horizontal between the two, but I think that's the main reason why he's posting it.
Right. It's showing that they use like a fisheye lens or something, so it's giving
Yeah.
a curvature look to it. But I'm just
Yeah,
curious, how
exactly.
high can we send a balloon up? Because it is possible to do the test that I'm proposing, which is to put a weight against a scale, and then if you can get up to a certain elevation, you should see a difference in
I
pounds.
think the highest we've sent a balloon up is about 250,000 feet. It's like twice as high as the Felix Baumgartner jump, which was about 120 something. So I think we've doubled that now.
This is pretty considerable because it's saying that even a 30,000 foot gap, you'll see a little bit less than a pound difference. So if you can scale that to even 200,000 feet or 100,000, you should see at least a minimum of a pound difference. If what they're, you know what I mean, or you wouldn't see that. And this could be
Does
another.
that mean that as the rocket flies up, it gets lighter?
Well, that's what they say, right? So, what you would do is you would do a balloon, and then on the balloon you have like a little like.
Yeah, I get your weight, dude. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because it could just be another test. You can say, hey, why is the weight not changing? We went up 100,000 feet. We went up 200,000 feet. The weight is the same, and it should be changing. It should be becoming less of a weight. I don't think that works actually, because this. Yeah, it's I don't know. I guess I'll have to think about it more, but yeah. Well, the scale would also be affected actually, based off like
Well,
what they
yeah, that's right. How you gonna tear that? But I mean, it's really subtle anyway that they're claiming. I mean, even at 250,000 miles high, where they say that people are inside the ISS, I think, I think it's what is it again? I looked it up once. It's around 9.6 meters per second instead of 9.8. That's your fall rate difference. Like that's insignificant. So like if the ISS could like park, all right, and stay hovered up there, everybody hit the deck. Like they'd just be feeling like they would barely notice the freaking difference in the amount of gravity. Like, so you're going to have to send something a long way away, like even further than that, probably. I mean, yeah, precision scales like could probably pick up the slight differences, but how are you going to account for, how are you going to calibrate your scales and all that? How are you going to make sure that it didn't suffer any, something that could throw its balance off and whatever, its instrumentation, and give you a false reading.
Yeah, because it would have to be very stable. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you don't even have to leave the ground. They reckon that you could just go to the North Pole, weigh yourself, and then go to the equator, and you'll weigh less.
That's what they say. They say if you're at a mountain. Yeah, they say if you're at sea level versus being like at a very high like mountaintop, you would see a difference even there, but it would be very small difference. But there would be a difference, is what they claim. They say it's measurable even between sea level and the top of a mountain. That is measurable, but it'd be very, very minimal.
But even if that's true, even if you get the best pair of precision scales that you could possibly buy on the market, like commercially, or even build one or something, and then you go do this measurement. Okay, all right. So let's say that it's true. You weighed something at the bottom of the mountain, and then you weighed it at the top of the mountain. It weighed less. Now what?
Well, what I'm saying is like maybe you'll find it within this test that it won't weigh less, and it will show you that.
Either way, now what?
It's to me it's just another test and a piece of evidence that you can further your point of view of it being flat and it not it's not lining up with what they proposed.
Why can't it be flat and you still get different weight readings?
Well, I asked the question earlier. I was asking how do the satellites stay up there, and is it because they're within the model that they propose, they would say that there's less of like a grip. Oh, you know what? I don't think I understand the satellites thing enough yet, but they would propose, based off what I'm seeing, that the higher your elevation, the less gravitational effect because you're further away from the center of the Earth, right? So
yeah, it's very gradual. Like I told you, even at the height of the ISS, it's barely noticeable.
So hang on, let me try to understand this better. So you guys don't obviously believe in gravity. What holds?
I wouldn't say that entirely.
Okay. Okay.
It's a
Within
bit
your
more
guys'
nuanced.
yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Within your model, how do you guys propose that water is sitting in the cup? How does that work? Oh, it's because it's contained. Or hang on. I haven't thought this through too much. Let me have to give it more thought.
Look, I can help you, okay? Because, all right, so matter just seems to distribute itself in a specific manner, right? So that there's more dense at the bottom, less dense towards the top. It seems to be that way. We can make density towers, right, of differing substances in differing states of matter, liquid and solids and all that. And we'll see how they are, and we can shake the bottle up, right, and then let it come to rest, and you'll see how it layers itself and arranges itself, even with a little bit of air at the top, and gas will still be at the top, right? Bro, why that is the way it is the great mystery, right? So they have globers come along and tell us, no, we know why that does that. That's all to do with the gravity and the Earth being a sphere, and this is why everything else in the sky is a sphere, and it's the way the universe works, and black holes, and blah 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 blah, right? But there's no scientific evidence. Nobody's ever performed a scientific experiment to demonstrate the actual reason why, like an object, like a solid object within the medium of air, has a propensity to go down towards the ground. Nobody. Because what are you going to? You need to, in a scientific experiment, to manipulate your supposed cause. So you're going to propose a cause of the effect that you observe. So you saw an apple fall off a tree, or a rock dislodged from the top of a cliff and it fell down. Okay, why did that happen? That's a natural occurrence. I can investigate that. I'm a scientist. What would be the cause of that? Well, you're going to have to find something, because it's going to be your independent variable that you're going to manipulate within your scientific experiment to establish that it does produce that natural effect. And if you can't find one, then you don't have an experiment, and it's still a mystery. Now, you can come up with as many ideas based on your philosophical ideas of what you think the shape of the Earth is, because you looked at some stuff in the sky, right? Come up with as many ideas about that as you like, but it doesn't mean it's true. You would absolutely, because you observed a natural occurrence, right? Something happening in nature, you will, to adjudicate the cause of it, perform a scientific experiment. And if you can't, then you don't have a cause. The cause is unknown. Now, is there a reason? There must be a reason. There's reasons for why things happen, right? There's reasons. Right. There's a reason why the thing falls, but I couldn't tell you what it is. Hey, it's an unknown reason, and call it gravity if you want. But like as was, I heard Jedi talking to you earlier. Not everything abides by this reason why some things fall, right? Not everything gas doesn't, right? So it's case specific, right? So you're talking about liquids and solids within a medium that they are more dense than, because if they're less dense than the medium, they're going to go up.
Right.
They're not going to go down. Like a beach ball, push it under the water, goes shooting out of the top, shooting out of the water into the air. Where's gravity stopping it from going back up? But just whatever the reason is, right, for why things fall, call it gravity. What's gravity? Do you know they got Neil deGrasse Tyson in for an interview, or I think it's a podcast called Star Talk, right? So, or Star Child or something, right? And they asked him, "What is gravity?" And he said, "I don't know. Next question." And then he tries to apologize for it. He said, "Look, we know, we kind of measure it, and we predict with it, and we kind of do stuff with it, kind of, but what it is, I don't know." He doesn't even know. He couldn't even tell you. What he really should have said, right? If he really believes in gravity, like a lot of the globers that come in here believe in it, he would have said, well, it's the bending and warping of space-time, the curvature of space-time due to the disproportional distribution of mass as proposed by Einstein, blah, 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 blah. Or maybe he leans towards Newton, where they say, well, mass attracts mass, and the greater the mass, the greater the attraction, blah, 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 blah. But he didn't. He chose to say, I don't know. Why did he do that? Why did he say I don't know? Could it be that as a physicist, he understands that there's actually no scientific experiment to establish the cause of why something falls down?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But I appreciate your thought process. I appreciate your keenness to investigate. It's more than what a lot of people do, right? They just take things on face value. They don't challenge anything. They don't question anything. They don't want to test anything. So my hat comes off to you for wanting to come up with ideas and ways to test claims and challenge what we're told, right? And by all means, if you want to do these things and find out if they're true or not, if they're saying that when you take something up a mountain and weigh it, it'll weigh less, right? Because you're further from the center. Then by all means, you go for it and you see if that's true, right? But doesn't necessarily mean that the reason for that they give you is true either. Then you have to investigate that claim, right? So, okay, it weighed less up the mountain. Why is that? Let's see what they say. They'll tell you, oh, that's because the Earth's a sphere and it's further from the center, right? Well, how are you going to establish that to be true? Now you got another claim you have to investigate, see if you can confirm.
Within your model, would you expect a weight to change at different elevations, or not necessarily? Or you're saying it could be that way and it could still
No.
be flat?
Yeah, I'm not proposing any particular type of model, right? It's not an endeavor, an attempt to explain such things or predict such things. Yeah, it's not what we're presenting to the world. It's not what we're attempting to do here.
Okay, well, what do you think about this? So if you guys would make the claim that we are in an encapsulated space, like enclosed space, right? A physical like encapsulation, or not necessarily?
That'd be my best bet.
Okay. Within that concept, should weight change the higher the elevation you go, or not necessarily within that?
Well, okay. Well, this is interesting. All right, let's think about this, because if you've got a book in a chamber, all right, and the chamber's filled with air. Let's say it's at standard sea level pressure, 14.7 psi, and you set it on the scales, and weighs, let's say, 5 kilograms, right?
Mm-hmm.
And within this chamber, right? Now you suck all the air out of it and leave everything the way it is and suck all the air out. Is the book going to weigh more than 5 kilos or less than 5 kilos?
I don't know. And how do you, yeah, I have no idea.
It's an interesting thing to think about, isn't it? I think it actually weighs more because the presence of the air is providing some form of buoyancy. So it's a medium, right? The solids existing within. It's providing some buoyancy. It's like it's lifting it up a little bit. You take that away, remove that buoyancy, it settles onto the scales, causing it to weigh more. So, by that standard, right, you'd think that if you took an object up a mountain and there's less air, right, that it probably should weigh more.
How do you remove
Right?
the air? Is that even a possibility, or this is just like a hypothetical?
No, there's claimed. Well, there's less pressure as you get higher, and the explanation for that is that there's actually less air. There's less gas particles the higher you go.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Is there less gas particles, or is there just less oxygen? Because air is made of
There's
more
less.
than just oxygen.
They're saying there's less gas. Well, yeah, oxygen's a gas. They're saying that there's less gas. That's why there's less pressure. That's the claim. Colder air of the same amount probably would be harder. That would provide more difficulty in breathing, which could explain why it's difficult to breathe at those high altitudes like on Mount Everest. More difficult to breathe than at sea level. And it just simply being colder air would explain that, but the current explanation for that is that there's actually less air. And it's colder, which is a double whammy.
Wait, so are you saying an object on top of a mountain weighs the same, weighs more, or weighs less?
Well, there's a prediction being made. Sorry, who's the other guy we're talking to? What's your name? Sorry, I didn't catch it. Who are you?
My name's Jaeger.
Not you, the other guy.
Odds.
Okay, so it was between Odds and Jaeger. So Odds has a prediction based on what the globe narrative is telling him, that if he goes higher, an object will weigh less because it's further away from the center of the Earth. thus, there's a less of a gravitational effect on that object because it's further from the center. So he wants to test that out. And he was saying, well, under flat Earth ideas, whatever. And what I'm proposing doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the shape of the Earth or the surface geometry. It's just based on that. What I understood about, Platter posted a video in the side chat where you're using balance scales to test what happens, just the weight change once you remove all the air from the chamber. So if you get a heavier weight after removing air, right, then if there's less air, the higher you go, then I'm predicting that the object would weigh more, not less, because there's less air providing buoyancy. But that's just like I'm just throwing that out there. I don't, and it's not based on the idea of the Earth being a sphere or flat or anything. It's just based on that vacuum chamber test. That
Can I
would
ask
be
you a
interesting
question?
if you took precision scales to the top of Mount Everest and weighed, something that measured to be, a kilo, or let's say, or even just in grams, like 5 grams. You weighed 5 grams at sea level, and you took it to the top of Mount Everest, and suddenly it's 5.1 or something. That would be strange, wouldn't it?
It would be, and it would also break their what they propose, because they say the opposite. They say that you would actually weigh less, or a weight would be less at a higher elevation. But I'm gonna watch this video inside chat for a second.
You go from there. Sorry, Jago, you were going to ask a question?
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you a question. It's kind of like it's like changing the topic though. I don't know if that's okay.
Changing topic or just changing? It's still on topic, but of a different nature or a different
Yeah, well, it's just not
aspect.
about like the object on top of the mountain, is what I mean.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
So I've been like, shape of the Earth agnostic for a while, leaning towards flat Earth. And recently, actually, yesterday, and I think for the subsequent days. So like a lot of flat earthers believe that that space doesn't exist, or at least what they say space is doesn't exist, and that there's a firmament above us. And so like things like the planets and things like traveling space distance is not like that's just all bullshit. But my question is, so like there was a meteor shower last night that I was able to see, and I saw like hundreds of meteors. So my question is, if space isn't exist as they say it does,
I heard it
or
was
the
a good one.
celestial,
I missed it.
or the celestial bodies like aren't what they say it is. Number one, my first question is, what is a meteor shower? And then my second question is, how did they predict and know when it was going to be? How did they know? Number one, what is a meteor shower? If they're, what is a meteor shower? And number two, how did they know when it was going to be and what areas of the earth that it was going to be best visible? Like they know it down to the exact like couple minutes of like when it's going to start and when it's going to be visible. So those are my two questions to anybody.
Cool. I nominate flat water enthusiast. Sorry, I gotta mute up for a second. Short answer is I don't know what they are. They're streaks of light in the sky that we see periodically, and they appear to happen in cycles. But yeah, plain. Thank you. Go
I
for it,
just
man.
wanted to mention that they're cyclical, so it's not a prediction; it's a post-diction. That's all I wanted to say. Sorry.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I said it's not even a prediction; it's post-dictions. They come in cycles.
Okay. Did you have like a perspective on either of my questions? Or I guess that answered question 2. But what about question 1?
What they are, I don't know what they are. Something from this guy.
But you don't believe that they're like rocks that have traveled millions of miles.
I don't think that's been proven. That's a theory.
Okay. Do you think that like meteors hitting the Earth is real, and that like material, like people that claim, oh, this is a piece of a meteor, do you think that's true, or do you think that's bullshit?
I don't know anything about that. Speculation at best.
So you don't believe like meteor material falling down to Earth is true? You think that's like bullshit?
I have the most important question to ask. Ass or titties?
What?
Ass or titties?
That's not a very relevant question to the room, is it?
I don't know. It's the most vital question. Ass or titties?
More importantly is, you got any evidence for a spinning ball?
Oh, but I can lay my nuts. I can lay my balls on your chin.
Yeah, don't think so.
From the sound of his voice, doesn't sound like his nuts dropped yet.
No, not at all. I'm just sitting there typing and working. I didn't have a quick, witty comeback at the time.
Speaking of balls, anybody got proof of the globe?
After all these years and still no one. It's amazing.
Well, McToon on X there put a post, and so I said to him, "Don't feel bad. People smarter than you haven't been able to prove the globe either."
all of you, blacks and Croatians, dogs, all of you are half breeds. No respect.
If the Earth is round, why are my balls? Or sorry, if the Earth is flat, why are my balls round?
Hey, what's up, you guys? It's still got me muted? That's weird.
Bro, what's happening?
Hey, dummies, remember when you were stronger than me? Clint always wins.
Oh, hello. Somebody debate me. Hello. Fuck.